their internet, which is weird.
Get out by 10:59.
Thanks everybody for joining back on.
And meetings would be over by now.
See, I
Long time. When we had all the roads were dirt and it's not that far. When it used to be like Wetzer Township.
Thanks everybody. Got people logging back on. If you're interested in speaking in public comment, please raise your hand.
Other than lots of people will be, yeah. Yeah, they're coming in.
Thanks everybody for signing back on. Anybody who wishes to speak in public comment, please raise your Zoom hand.
Well, I mean,
I know Jonathan had had his hand up. Anybody else interested in speaking? We've got about 12 people from the public joining. And Paula, yes, Paula, you're up.
Yeah, I was looking at the RAC from October 5th, I believe, on the agenda packet. And that's when Kathy Knoll, Trustee Knoll, was still on the RAC. And there's a letter that specifically says that engineering costs could not be utilized. I guess it's not even an SAD area yet, but I think on the February 14th meeting, the board voted to utilize the current SAD money for the engineering of the Park Road down to Cedar Ridge. And I'm wondering if that's actually a legal thing to do. Anyway, I did read that, and I suggest everybody go back and read a lot of the different, and I appreciate the clerk for having all these online so we can reread them and rewatch the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Paula. Anybody else? Okay, somebody in the room here has their mic on.
That would be you.
Okay, next up is David Reed. David?
David Reed, Scio Township. I just wanted to make sure all the board members have had a chance to read my email from yesterday. It's too long to read into the record here, but it's hopefully posted online, and hopefully the residents will be able to get a copy of it online. I think it's important that the board gets a different view of the supervisor's report. As I say in my email, there are some omitted facts and some misstatements and some erroneous statements. So I think the board needs to see the other side of the supervisor's story. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any other interested public? Please raise your hand. I see none.
I thought you had Jonathan earlier.
Yeah,
no?
He's not here again.
Oh, all right. Well, in that case.
Apologies to anybody that we lost. We've got 19 people back.
All right, in that case, we'll close public comment and move on with approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes. These are draft minutes from our February 14th regular meeting. So we'll move through these and see if there's any corrections page by page. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. There is one small correction in the middle, the paragraph starting Dan, a resident. I think there's an extra word. Page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12. I think there's a missing word. Towards the bottom, Hathaway said that the required parking bumpers must be installed to keep cars from rolling into. Part of a word. Page 13, page 14, 15, page 16, page 17. Okay, page 18. In the middle, there's a paragraph that begins Hathaway said, and I was trying to make sense out of this. It's got some elements of what I said, but if you bear with me, I think this is closer to what I said. Hathaway said the exhibits attached to the model motion in the board packets were not part of the formal agreement. They are intended to help the board understand context for Zeeb and Park Road projects. So
Let me just write that down.
Well, I can give this to you after if you want. And some of the items were developed by Joe Maynard, Washtenaw Engineering, to explain potential improvements to Park Road and place those improvements in relationship to the Trailwoods improvements, period. In 2015, the Trailwoods development agreement included paving portions of Stabler and Park Roads, and those plans were approved by the board at the time. For instance, that earlier township board did approve a plan to pave all the way to Cedar Ridge Drive. The paving being done by Trailwoods is moving forward in 2023.
I don't remember that discussion.
Well, I remember trying to convey that thought, and what's here is not an accurate capture of what I said. Now, I suppose we could go back and review the video. That would be another way of correcting it.
I think Will's revision is fair.
And then, unless there are other changes to page 18, there's a missing comment from me on page 19. After the comment from Noel at the top, I would like to add, Hathaway pointed out that the few negative comments in 2021 were in response to a potential SAD that would have cost adjacent neighbors on a per parcel basis.
But you didn't say that.
You didn't say the few. I mean, I remember I said there were many. And
all right, so the negative comments, we'll take out few, but I did say that. I did respond to Kathy and point out that the negative response at that time was to a different proposal.
Okay, so you want to convey that you...
Hathaway pointed out that the negative comments in 2021 were in response to a potential SAD that would have cost adjacent neighbors on a per parcel basis.
you think that's why the
Well, we can go back and look at the comments.
it's sort of you were putting your impression on what people said.
As you did when you made your comment.
I was at the meeting.
I was at the meeting too.
I had talked to many people.
Yeah, they were not in favor.
I was at the meeting too.
So how about
Are we
this?
talking about the same meeting, the June 1st meeting in
Will,
2021?
Will,
Yeah, it was on Zoom.
hey, Will, I have a suggestion. Hathaway
I
said,
attended that
can
meeting as
I see what you wrote, Will? So I maybe can suggest a compromise.
No, because it was
How about Hathaway, sorry,
was never initiated.
Jillian, yeah, sorry. Instead of Hathaway pointed out, the negative comments in 2021 were in response to, how about this? Hathaway pointed out that the negative comments in 2021 were may have been in response to a potential SAD that would have cost adjacent neighbors on a per parcel basis.
Fine.
Okay.
Sold. All right. Are there any other corrections to page 19? Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. In that case, are we ready to approve the minutes of the?
I would move approval as amended.
All right, thank you. I think actually the cover for this is incorrect.
I'll support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Just notice this.
Yeah, I updated it.
Okay.
It didn't stick the first time.
I would move the consent agenda with the exception of G3 having been pulled, which now includes J4.
Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Riser, support by Carrie.
We should do
Please,
roll call.
yeah, I was gonna say, please call a roll.
And tonight per our rules of order, rotating, starting with Carrie. Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
No.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yeah.
Motion passes 6-1.
And I'd like to clarify my no vote. I do not approve of forgiving that loan to the fire department.
Thank you for clarifying. That brings us to reports. Our first item is a presentation by Water Resource Commissioner Evan Pratt.
I'll make a few introductory comments and kind of give an overview of the Water Resources Office. I think today I'll just do a little office overview, talk briefly about the core services, what we do most of, and identify a few key facts that might be relevant to the Board of Trustees as far as Scio Township residents and begin core services in the water resource drainage area. And I'll bring out some visual aids for that one. But right now I'll just start verbally, keep it solid, state and simple. So first of all, about me, again, I'm Evan Pratt, the Water Resources Commissioner. That's a countywide elected official in Michigan. It's the only state where they actually have someone who deals with drainage countywide. It's called Water Resources here in 5 other counties. My predecessor spent some time working with the legislature to allow a name change if you did some additional duties besides just maintaining the flow of water in the rivers and creeks and pipes and such. So we've got about 725 miles of drainage infrastructure, a few dams, 13,000 drainage structures and such that provide services to people. Those services, the quality of service varies in different communities, partly by the relationship that our office might have with each community. I found that every community has different needs, and sometimes one part of the community has different needs than another part of the community. So we do appreciate the opportunity to be invited here and initiate that type of discussion, and I'll have a few thoughts at the end. I've been doing this job for 10 years. This is my 3rd elected term. Prior to that, I worked for 23 years as a consultant, including 12 years as a small business owner. In disclosure, I worked at OHM for 21 years. And that was part owner of that company for a while. That was quite a long time ago though. So I am a registered engineer and I've got a background in wetlands work. I did quite a bit of that for 10 or 12 years. I've also served both of the past 2 governor's administrations on a variety of statewide, I don't know, you call them blue ribbon panels and standing committees on basically infrastructure and the environment. For example, currently Eagle has a permit review process. If an applicant is unhappy with where things are going, they can request an independent group of folks to pass judgment on is this fair and consistent with the statutes and et cetera. Personally, I've got 2 college daughters. I've got a son who's still in high school, 4 dogs, a cat, and 1 very understanding wife. I enjoy basketball, rugby, art, history, and music quite a bit. I see Roger Rail occasionally out and about. We end up in the same place a few times. And, we'll have a conversation that always includes Gelman, it seems. That's okay. I'm happy to talk about whatever people want to talk about when we're there. So again, I could talk about a million things. I'm going to try to give you just 7 or 8 minutes of fire hose. So I apologize if I buzz through it, but I really would rather leave most of the time for Q&A so that I can answer questions about what you might like to know. But again, I'll run through a few things to maybe stimulate some of the thoughts. Fun fact, one of the statutory requirements of the Drain Commissioner or Water Resource Commissioner in each county is we're required to be on county parks. That's great. And I thank Scio Township for being very early in the land preservation area. As you know, Parks does see any of the requests for joint funding for preservation. And certainly I'm aware of the very first preservation in Scio Township. I'm going to jump to the core services then. I mentioned I was going to talk about that a little bit. So at the highest level, there's basically 5 statutes that govern the different core services we have. Of course, one of them is what they call the Drain Code. I will talk about that in a little bit more detail, how that generally works and affects you. That'll be the bulk of my second half of the presentation here. But we also deal with soil erosion control. I think most of you are generally familiar with that. We do more than 500 reviews a year for the 8 or 9 communities now since Sharon Township joined, and about 4,300 inspections just last year. So it's a pretty busy time for our staff, but we always welcome comments, feedback, complaints, and so forth. I also have a Department of Public Works. In Michigan, there's 4 different ways that counties can do public works, and 3 of those will involve the Drain Commissioner's office in one way, shape, or form. In Washtenaw County, the primary things that our public works operation does is infrastructure financing. That's not something that Scio Township, I believe, has ever needed or wanted. You know, the DDA way back when provided you the opportunity to get the financing you needed yourselves. We also do lake improvement, such as some of the chain of lakes you may be familiar with: Portage Lake, Zuki Lake, Strawberry Lake, Loon Lake, Gallagher, all of those. We do essentially invasive species management and control, working with residents there, Whitmore Lake and a few others. This is basically done by special assessment. And I'll back up the way the infrastructure financing works is it's paid by special assessment. The Drain Code is a special assessment law. I think you get the pattern here. We also do waste diversion through public works though. That's the only place where we have some external funding. There's a landfill in Salem Township. Folks may be aware that Salem Township does not charge their residents property taxes because they get a cut of the gate from the landfill. They also get a cut of the gas operations. In the early 90s, the county signed a contract with the landfill and all their successors. We receive a 3% cut of their gate, and that has always gone to waste diversion initiatives. So for example, we've got 4 main ways that we take in materials. You've no doubt seen sometimes the line on Saturdays gets a little longer than we would like, but we also have weekday hours, we have pop-ups that take these, and we also support other communities that do activities like you folks have been doing in the past. But basically, in those 4 main ways, we took in over 1.1 million pounds of stuff that doesn't belong in your recycle bin and probably shouldn't go to a landfill. And we do have staff go and vet to make sure that the places where we deliver these materials are responsibly disposing of things. For example, e-waste. We make sure that we visit their factory, we see that after they strip out the copper and other valuable metals that they can resell, that the plastic is recycled from your old CRTs or computer terminals or whatever. Quite an operation. Usually the closest to Scio is our first one of the season, typically in the late spring. We'll be out at Chelsea High School, so that's usually convenient. There's a fair number of residents that go out that way. I'd like to also thank the township for participating in the regional Resource Reclamation Authority, WARMA, we'll just say that. Tom Oth has been helpful for us there, and We do appreciate, again, the participation. The goal is to always drive towards having a more valuable resource stream, a cleaner resource stream, and the county's, the participants have gotten a much cleaner resource stream that has achieved greater value over time. And this was really the largest urbanized area in the state that didn't have some type of collective group working together to try to figure out what can we do in common and what do we just want to do on our own, so that again we can provide some kind of economy of scale and benefit to our residents who pay for these services. One of the last things that our public works does, we also have court-ordered lake levels. Those are usually requested or petitioned by residents. Again, another SAD type of program. We don't have any lake levels that we manage in Scio Township, but we have a few around and about. And again, I'll mention Portage Lake. There's a dam in the Huron River that was built in the late 60s that maintains the lake level of Portage and Base Lake, for example. And of course, people may be familiar with the rain garden services we do. I'm not going to go in depth on those there, but there have been over 1,200 rain gardens built around the county since that program got started. It got started before me, but I'm an avid supporter. And once again, we're training more rain gardeners. So that's kind of the brief overview of the core services. I did provide an annual report, and I've got hard copies too. I'll leave some on the side in case any residents would like them, or if one of you'd like to actually have a hard copy to look at a little bit further. I know the packet sometimes can be a little bit of work to wade through, and sometimes some things just you can't look into no matter how interested you are. So for a deeper dive into what we do as far as what people think of when they think of water resources, we have county drains around and about the county. Our primary duty by statute is to maintain the flow of the water. It says flow and purity. I like the purity part. So we try to do, the only grants you can really get for stormwater are basically water quality improvements. So that's more for rain gardens and such, and it does not help people with problems with just, heavy amounts of water and quantity of water that comes down. But as I said, it's largely drainage is largely a special assessment thing at the county level since about the 1860s, when it was originally a township function. People have been petitioning us to tax themselves because they have a problem that's so challenging. They need some support, some help, some expertise. And what we have here is a map of the county drain system in Scio Township. So those are the blue lines. I don't know if those are a little hard to read. I also have some handouts for this. And we've got some dots on the map that the red dots identify where we've gotten a service call, and the little gold stars are where we've identified folks who we've gone out and performed a repair. Our statute is such that we can only perform work on the center line of a legally established drain. If you think of roads as an analogy, road money can only be spent where there's a legally described start and end of a center line of road. So it's kind of similar there. But the short version of this is I just wanted to give you a sense of in the last 5 years, the amount of activity that we've done in Scio Township. As I said, we try to meet the needs that are expressed to us, and we can't help people out who are not physically on a county drain where they've got a problem. Essentially what this reflects though is where we've done the work. The type of work we do for service calls is typically removing a tree that's fallen in a drain, or some debris that's in there, or leaves that cover up the catch basin when it's raining. But in Scio Township, historically, we've done all of this only as, I'll just say, complaint-driven activity. So it's very reactive. It's typically not been proactive. And since I started, we've been gradually trying to bring more and more communities into more of a proactive approach. That's something I'd be happy to talk about further if there's interest from folks at the township. I think everybody here probably owns a car or has owned a car, owns a house, has owned a house. The analogy is, I think we've all been through experiences where we realize that a little proactive investment is generally going to be cheaper. Even though it may look like a big number, it's often cheaper to be proactive rather than reactive. We wouldn't go buy a car and drive it until the brakes failed because it costs $700 to get your brakes done, because we know that buying a new car would be really expensive. Unfortunately, infrastructure seems to get treated like that, whether it's pipes or roads or what have you. So to date, I took a look at the last dozen years or so, and Scio Township's share of what we perform for work has been about average $3,600 a year, and we've got about 2,700 miles of drain. That's about $133 a mile. That's a little lower on the investment scale than a lot of the communities that we work with. But again, we haven't really had a good conversation to say, what should we be doing more? Is that okay? In the southwest part of the county, a lot of rural communities like, nope, don't need to come out here. We don't need to see you. We'll let you know if there's a problem. And in other places, it's, hey, can't you come out here 2 or 3 more times? And, you know, we work out, well, what level of service are you looking for? And this is what we think that would cost. And what we're trying to do with most communities is move from 80% reactive, 20% proactive to more of a 20-80. And that also allows us to be a lot more predictable on the dollars, because we do have, I've probably done a half a dozen emergency orders in the last 2 or 3 years. This 2022 was pretty dry, but 2021 was rather soggy, as a lot of people may experience. I know sometimes it fades into memory from the past, but the long and short of it is, that's what we've got. I want to back up just a little bit. I meant to also mention the way special assessment work for drains is different than other things. For one, the drain code is sometimes referred to as a minority law. So it's possible for people to get relief and help, typically with less than 51% voting. There's no voting of people or signing. There's signing of petitions, but a legal petition only has to have 10 signatures saying, hey, we've got a problem. Could you look into it? There's a process that I could certainly share and get into, but probably is a little much to retain right now. But there's a process to determine whether or not it makes sense to even move forward to investigate a problem or issue, and an independent board provides a judgment on that. But the bottom line is, it doesn't take too many people to initiate something, which can be good if you live at the bottom of the hill. But if you live at the top of the hill, you may say, well, I'm not having a problem. But on the other hand, if it's 1 cup of water and then the next one it's 2 cups now it's 3 and 10, and you get the idea of, you know, it gets worse and worse as you're getting towards the bottom of the hill. So I think the last thing I'll say about special assessments is there's basically 3 buckets that fund special assessments once they move forward. And that's the way all of these existing drains that have been legally established are set up. Transportation agencies pay a share. It's usually the smallest share. There's a set formula from the state that we're required to use. But in a urbanized subdivision, it could be as much as maybe 20, 25% of the total cost. In a rural area, sometimes it's only 3 or 4%. You know, it's just based on how much space is the road taking up. But there's quite a bit of information that a fully developed area such as Ann Arbor, for example, almost 25% of all land is just city right of way from roads in the city. So that's pretty common. So that's one bucket, is transportation agencies, including railroads. Another bucket is the local unit of government. Our statute says we are allowed to assess based on benefit, and there is some benefit to the local unit of government having a public agency perpetually responsible for maintenance and having the ability to collect the funds in order to perform that maintenance. Actually, we can't collect funds to perform maintenance. We can send out bills after we've performed maintenance. So there's no collecting money ahead of time. My office runs almost entirely on special assessments, other than a little bit of the county's general fund for some of the side programs that the Board of Commissioners has over the years suggested would be a good thing for people. And we're happy to do whatever people want to fund. We have all kinds of crazy programs. So that township bucket is anywhere between 5% in totally agricultural areas and 35% in totally urbanized areas. So if you have a subdivision and it's just the drainage system of that subdivision, typically the township is going to be responsible for 35% of it. And after those two are figured out, the residents share the balance. And the way they share that balance, again, we have to have some proxy for benefit, and it's based on the amount of water that's leaving their property. So an agricultural property has a factor or pays the least per acre. And then a residential property pays a little more than an agricultural property. And then what you call a commercial property would pay even more than a residential property. And then industrial typically has the most paved surface. You know, you have a bunch of people coming in for jobs. It's not just somebody coming and going for a commercial use. Typically those will pay the most. Again, it's kind of based on how much water is being shed off of there. So those are kind of the three buckets. That's sort of the general gist of how it works. There's about 8 million more details to it. If I had a nickel for every time I had used the word accept, because of how the statute is structured, but it's all meant to protect people from, being boxed into something that they didn't want and doesn't provide them too much benefit. And there's a lot of requirements for public input, public meetings, and we typically would have 1 or 2 public meetings more than the required, statute, because we do want to make sure and run past people if we do get authorized to move forward and come up with a solution or a couple of alternatives. We want to make sure and sit down and at least hear what people are saying. That said, typically when the price tag comes out, what most people are saying is I should pay less and everybody else should pay more. And that's just the nature of SADs. I'm sure you've heard a little bit of that on the road side of things for what you all do. But anyway, the long and short of that is I'd be happy to get into a little bit more of an organized program. I'd say for as many wet places as Scio Township has, you have less county drains than other communities, but I think that's just a reflection of historically what's been the desire and will of both the people and the board of trustees. We're happy to keep doing what we're doing the way we've been doing it, and we're happy to do more or do less just based on any feedback or what have you. So that's about all I've got to say at the moment. I'll just do Q&A because I'd really rather focus on what you want to know about.
So are there many drainage districts in Scio?
Yeah, so each county drain has its own individual drainage district. It's possible for those to be nested. If you can imagine, a subdivision might have subdivision pipes and such that only benefit that subdivision. So really only those people should pay for it when they're needing a repair. On the other hand, for everybody who has water that drains to Honey Creek or Mill Creek, if your subdivision ends up getting to Honey Creek, you're getting the benefit of your water's got a place to go. So for the section of Honey Creek that is county drain, and not all of it is, that's another goofy part of the whole county drain thing. There might be people who are also paying for Honey Creek as well as for their subdivision.
So, sorry just to piggyback on, just to clarify, Evan, the blue.
Yeah, the darker blue are.
Those are the districts.
Those are the county drains themselves. The districts I'm not showing on here.
Okay, so these are county drains.
Yeah.
But water must flow where there isn't county drains, correct?
Absolutely. The county drains comprise in Washtenaw County, maybe 15 to 20% of the historic creeks. They are just places where over the past 150 years, people have said, this is so terrible, I want to pay money for somebody to help me out.
So are the drains created over time by the then drain?
They're created through a petition process. We have to be asked to spend other people's money first.
By either developers who are coming in? Or...
The developers do that too. There is a process for the developers to request being made a county drain. And typically, again, my predecessor worked with a lot of townships that were going through growing pains in the 90s and was really promoting, again, the one benefit of paying more money is you've got a public entity who's responsible and has the ability to spend money and collect money to fix problems. And anybody who works at Township Hall can say they've gotten a lot of calls about water in somebody's yard, backyard. The neighbor didn't like the landscaping and put up something that blocks the flow, and there's no recourse to that without having things in an easement and a public agency.
So you can be a county drain is not necessarily in a drain district, is that correct?
Every county drain has a district associated with it. It's basically a mini watershed, if you're familiar with that. Wherever a drop of water would fall, 62% of the county is in a drainage district, one way, shape, or form.
So it's a county drain, it's in a district.
Yep.
And then if there may or may not be a SAD associated with that particular district. Is that correct?
Every district is technically a special assessment district. Okay. It's a SAD. That's the only way that we are allowed to collect money. And I'll tell you, there's some counties where there's only 2 employees, the commissioner and one other person. The other person does assessments. That is the one thing that every office has, is somebody who does the assessments. Because I told you we have 500 plus drains. Each one of those in the whole county, each one of those is technically a municipal corporation, and it has its own, you know, technically has its own bank account, its own system.
You wrangle that, not us.
Not your problem. What your assessor helps us every year with putting those on the tax bills. Those do get collected through township tax bills. So the reconciliation between each township and our office is, it looks really complicated, but it is fairly straightforward.
In the red and the yellow, those are, hey, I got something wrong. There's water in my backyard. It's flooding, water's not flowing, fix this. I mean, is that, if there was a pie chart of what the complaints are generally about, what are the nature of those?
Yeah, again, it would be a tree fell down somewhere, the water's backing up and it didn't used to do that. I would say we probably receive more calls that are not on the county drain where we can't help someone currently. And we're saying, well, you know, you've either got a private property issue, or a lot of times, a lot of ditches that are parallel to a road and in the road right away are going to be the road commissions. They actually have twice as many miles of drainage infrastructure as my office, even though they're just called the road commission and they only get road money. But things that kind of cut cross country are almost always going to be county drains if they're, you know, owned by a public agency.
But if it's near a road, then in the right of way, that's kind of a road problem rather than your problem.
Usually they're road commission. We know back and forth with the road commission when we've got maps of county drains. There's a good map online that's a little cleaner than this one, but I thought it'd be helpful to just give you some sense of the scatter plot of where things have happened. But yeah, the pie chart is, again, trees, I got flooding in my backyard and something's plugged up because we don't usually have this problem. You know, a lot of simple fixes. We can spend a small amount annually on maintenance, up to $5,000 per mile. If you do the quickie math, that's 97 cents a foot. That's basically 2 big trees, maybe 1.5 big trees. It's not much money to get much done. So when I tell you we've only been spending $133 a mile for the last dozen years on average, we're not doing a whole lot for people here. But on the other hand, if you're not getting a bunch of calls about problems, then maybe that's working out okay. You know, hopefully there's no ticking time bombs.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've got a couple questions. I'd like you to talk in a little more detail about the process of establishing a drainage district and the pros and cons, because I know we have a couple residents in the audience concerned about the Parkwood flooding ongoing issues that I've talked to you about.
Right.
And there's the looming consideration of a development proposal, this Aubrey Grove proposal over by Parkwood. And as we've talked about, there is a floodplain in that area.
Right, so there is some floodplain immediately adjacent to Parkwood, and I think it might actually have come into Parkwood a little bit, or maybe Parkwood came into the floodplain a little bit. So I guess one high level comment is if there's an existing flooding problem, establishing a drainage district, figuring out what the solution could look like might help the existing flooding problem. If there's an existing flooding problem here and forming a county drain district over here isn't going to help the people who have a problem. Might be good for these people who are coming in new, and it might help prevent them from having you know, continued additional problems and efforts. But if there's an existing problem, it's probably not going to be solved. You know, the goal is let's not make it any worse, right? When a development comes in, that's what the township reviews for. That's what we review for on behalf of the township and so forth. The process for a new development is fairly straightforward because you're just working with the developer. And our requirements say if you're gonna go through the process, we'd like to see a county drain established. You have to establish county drain if people are gonna be sharing the infrastructure. So that idea of you can't really count on your neighbor to just do you a good one when you've got a problem and they don't. So the idea is if it's gonna be shared drainage course, then it's probably good to have it in public control. The catch is that worked great in the days where things were done by plat. But actually the township, I have heard, I can't verify, but I've heard that the vicinity of the uplands was one of the first site condominium developments in the state. And that bypasses the plat process And that all of a sudden put a lot of new developments doing site condos until we caught up with that, until Janice Bobrin caught up with that by the 90s, because people were kind of getting burned by, wow, you know, this is a different setup. We're not used to it. We weren't ready. So these site condos, you know, that is technically commonly owned property. Right. So you do have an HOA, but, you know, again, the HOA is not always the best way to manage infrastructure. You know, you've got a lot of, the smaller the group gets, you're at the whim of, well, who's got any background in this kind of thing? There's a lot of pressure. My neighbor and I, you know, it's my neighbor. I don't want to charge him money if they feel like it's a lot of money. There's a lot of pressures in with that. So a lot of site condominiums that were built from when they started doing that in the early to mid 80s until the mid 90s or so, a lot of communities struggled with not just drainage stuff. I mean, some of the other private infrastructure maybe wasn't done the same way that it would have been done if it was public, you know, private roads. And I had a mentor once that told me, well, the only reason anybody ever wanted to build a private road was so they could figure out how to make it public someday. And you guys have probably been on the receiving end of some of that. So I don't know if that's totally true, but it, you know, eventually some of them don't work out so well. And then you find out the documentation wasn't there, no easements, et cetera. So long answer, but was that, so if a developer does it, it's easy because we're working with one entity. As soon as they sell a lot, it becomes really difficult to set up public infrastructure. In the Parkwood situation where you've got a group of people, it's pretty simple. Like I said, a petition process with 10 signatures. Half of those signatures have to be from within the drainage district that would theoretically be charged. You're gonna have some people that are saying, no, it's some of my money's on the line. There's a request to petition. There's a board of 3 people that hears testimony from the residents. Our field staff will go look at the area and identify at least what they see out there and provide some pictures. They won't offer any solutions. Essentially that board's goal is to simply determine, is there a material problem that would make sense to go forward and do some cost estimates for? If they say, yeah, we go forth, we hire an engineer, we do some cost estimates, then we'll come back at a second hearing and say, well, this is what we found from the cost estimates. If it's initiating a new district, we have to receive another position to say, we want you to go forward and build this thing. And again, the bar is not that high for the number of signatures. I do not want to quote how many that would be, but it's in the neighborhood of 10 or 20.
Did you mention to me there was a process for the township board to request?
Yes. So municipal corporations can also petition our office. A lot of communities feel like they'd rather put that in the hands of the people, but there have been situations where our office does get petitioned. The road commission can petition us and any other municipal corporation. Technically road commissions are municipal corporation. So any township, city, or village can also petition our office, and they can also do so for maintenance costs that are over and above our annual spending limit. We often, with our asset management plans, we seem to have 1 or 2 things a year that they're not super expensive, but they're more than we can legally spend in a year. And maybe it's 2 or 3 times that 5,000 per mile. We just had one down in Milan where it's, you know, $18,000 or something, and our limit was 10,000. So we will work individually with communities, and we provide you with what's called the right type of resolution in order to initiate that as well. So yeah, I thanks for bringing that up. I forgot about that.
I had one other question, and that's it. When we spoke, I was curious about establishing the boundaries of a drainage district. Are there different options for like a small drainage district versus a large drainage district where there is a history of flooding problems?
No, it's all the lay of the land. Wherever a drop of water is starting from, even if that's miles and miles and miles away, that's going to be the drainage district, because ultimately the water shows up at this spot where there's a problem, and we want to make sure that everyone that is contributing water to that problem they are receiving some type of benefit. Their water is going away. So you typically, the only time where we would have a small drainage district is, again, where you have a new subdivision come in and you're really just setting up a mechanism to fund only the infrastructure in that subdivision. So
Well, it's really how big the watershed is.
It's absolutely about the watershed. That's really, I mean, we're required, but we have to hire, the statute says we have to hire an engineer who's got to seal that and say, this is the watershed. And yeah, it's not perfect. I mean, there might be a buried culvert that you missed somewhere or something like that, but.
So Evan, what was the origin of the Honey Creek site condo? That's now Trailwoods, I think, right?
I don't know off the top of my head. I could
okay.
easily find out and let you know if that was the developer requesting it.
I assume it was the developer.
Yeah, it was originally called Honey Creek, then it was renamed Trailwoods.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that's I almost asked, like, could you give me a list of the names that we have? Because it might not be the names of the development, because they change pretty often, sometimes 3 or 4 times, even during the review process. But I will say that when I asked how many miles, I asked my assessor, how many miles do we have? Because it's not easy for me to figure out. I'm not so good with the computer things, as you can see. She mentioned Honey Creek specifically, like, well, there's a lot of miles there. So I gather she had recently entered in the legal description, which was, you know, quite a chore.
Right.
Yes, I don't know, but I could easily find that out. I'm assuming it came with the development.
Yeah.
When did that get built? 90s, 80s, 2000s?
It's still under construction.
Still under construction. Yeah, that probably was an agreement.
Yeah.
There's a special part of the drain code that says if somebody wants to, you know, offer up, you know, as a sole party all their land, and that's the part we use with the developers.
Gotcha.
And again, a big development, Janice talked to all the communities into that. Scio was one of the last, actually, in the late 90s, due to some of the issues and problems in some of these different developments, to say, you know, we think we would like to just not pick and choose which ones go to your office, but we just like that to be in our zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
You know, and the trigger is typically, if it's going to planning commission, it goes through the drain office. And again, almost anything with shared infrastructure, even like if you had I don't think this Myers has a drainage district around it. I haven't looked into that, but we've seen, like, you got a big Myers and they're going to have all these outlots and they're planning on developing it over the next 20 years, or like malls like that.
Right.
Sometimes those get set up with drainage districts, because ultimately those people are all, you know, just like any property owner, they're watching their dollars and they don't want to pay for something that isn't theirs to pay for. So if you lay it out ahead of time, you know, again, just like the road SADs and maintenance and who pays what share, if you document that stuff, then it's a lot easier to move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I went through a special assessment with we had a flooding issue when I purchased the house. It wasn't disclosed about the flooding issue. So I had to take that on, brand new homeowner. But the process, it took about 3 years, because they didn't have the engineers and the construction workers, you know, during that time. So that took a longer time, but you walked, you held my hand through the whole thing. It was really great, other than the big bill, but that's paid off. But we don't have flooding issues anymore.
Where do you live? Are you on the Well Burden? Yeah.
Well,
that's one of the few places I know that's been petitioned in Scio since I started.
Yeah.
We haven't seen many resident petitions from this area. So yeah, and especially that's a fairly small district. I mean, I would say 70% of the time when I end up talking to somebody who's frustrated, and I say, well, if I lived here, you know, I might think of this or that. It's the smaller the district, the less it makes sense to go to the public agency after the fact. We have statutory things we have to do. We have to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, be legally defensible. All the math's got to be certified by an engineer. And that doesn't work so good when you've got 3 or 4 neighbors who don't agree, or even 30 or 40. I mean, districts that are 100 or more start to make a lot more sense. And there's other situations where, yeah, maybe there's not a lot of infrastructure necessary. There are certainly some developments where we've really just got a few easements with ditches and a detention basin, and you know, it's really not very onerous for people. But yeah.
And I like the fact that you have our Jeff Jackson in your presentation.
I was excited to see Jeff Jackson is featured on page 8 of your report.
Yeah, award winning. No, we have some. Actually, there's a number of businesses that participate with us in some of our business programs from the township. So I mean, you guys have some great industries here and good community-minded people. But we do annual awards for a variety of, you know, environmental stewardship, whether it's in the water quality area or the materials management area. Yeah. I got a reward this week, and we wrote them into funding it because you can't really have an awards dinner for businesses like on the government tab. We kind of like to get things that they would put out in their lobby and have a nice meal, and we really can't do that on the government time. So it's very gracious of them to help sponsor the event. We've got about 400 participants, so it's not a lot for each one, but makes it a classier event.
Yeah. Very nice.
So it looks like you could have service requests and work orders that were independent of drainage districts.
Sometimes we'll get a call out and we will, go out and visit a site, but sometimes the dot is where the address is of who called us, but that might not be where the problem is that they called about. I was walking the dog the other day and I saw there's a shopping cart with a tire in it and it's blocking the culvert or what have you.
So it's the source of the complaint or the request, but not necessarily
Exactly.
the site of the issue.
Yeah, so that's a good point. We track those just by, what's the address of the caller. And we do appreciate it.
But the way, if someone really wanted to engage with you and thought that a drainage district might be appropriate, the way to initiate that would be through a petition.
Yep, that's right. And we walk people through that. We got a one sheeter that's, the very high level. There's only 5 steps. The 5 steps certainly never take less than a year, and it's not unusual to take the better part of 2 years. And sometimes it's 3 years, depending on how complicated it. A good example of one I would name is, the Bandera Shevchenko, where it's just been historic. And, I have talked with a number of people at the township and a number of residents there. And, we just don't do projects that just take the water away from the problem and put the problem somewhere else. And unfortunately, that's a very historically wet area, and the water wants to get Tawny Creek, and there's a lot of easements that cost money. So that's always been a challenge. I know OHM did a study for the township a while ago, because sometimes we do tour into our community and say, maybe you want to be in full control of where this is going to go, because once we're authorized to move forward, it's totally my decision whether we move forward or not. I was sitting at a table with Governor Snyder one time, and he said, "Drain commissioners are more powerful than me." And I said, "Only if we get a petition, sir." So, but there have been a lot of comments in the past, and some drain commissioners maybe have been quoted with something they shouldn't have said. But literally, I could spend $1 billion on a project, and once I've been told it's okay to go proceed, obviously that would be a very foolish thing to do. But to give an extreme example, so we take a lot of extra time to make sure that we're getting it right, because even if you spend, $100,000 more than you should have, that could cost you the job. And I don't particularly care about the job, but I care about the people I work with. And I want to make sure that, they've got a good steady hand all the rest of the way. Anything else? I know I've taken a lot of your time.
Well, thank you so much.
This has been a great presentation.
We are entering the season of complaints about drainage.
Yeah, spring is the worst, right? And there was a question about the rate of flow. I just want to say that's always going to be dependent, not just on how much did it rain, but it's also dependent on, well, how wet is the ground? So some of the issues that we've had up, oh gosh, where Jim Drees lives, I'm sorry, what's the name of that?
Hills.
Yeah. There's problems there, not because there were 9 houses tucked away in the woods to the north of them, but when you get 1 inch of rain on totally saturated soil, the creek thinks it's 3 inches of rain because nothing soaks into the ground. When you get 3 inches of rain on dry soil, the creek's like no big deal. It's not even, like a 1 inch. So it's inches of rain isn't really a measure. So to your point, when the ground's totally saturated or when it's frozen, it's just the Myers parking lot in the whole world. That's pretty much it.
Evan and you and I went back and forth on saying, obviously my experience is different than that.
I understand that. I understand that.
And I've done mine.
It is raining more and harder. It is raining more and harder for sure. But when the ground's saturated like it was then, but I hear that cleaning out the ditch really helped address things. But your driveway culverts, probably helped a lot too, having culverts that were similar.
Thus far, I just pushed the problem downstream.
Yeah,
that's really what I did.
Well, you didn't push any more capacity than was available downstream, I don't think so.
Yeah, we don't have to rehash this whole thing here. I don't really want to hear the whole
but lawyer. But again, you know the drill. There's a lot of thoughts on this stuff.
Yeah. I still contend it was the sub
Yeah.
Upstream of us, but
Yeah, it would have been nice if they were required to put in a little bit more than they did, that's for sure, but it's.
So we have requests for PUDs all the time.
Mhm.
Is making a requirement that the PUD establish a drain district as appropriate something a board should consider doing?
I don't.
Or do you already do that?
I believe that the way your zoning ordinance is set is if that PUD is going to go to the planning commission, and if it's the type of development that should have a district. I mean, a PUD for a single building that wants to change setbacks or whatever, but a PUD for a residential subdivision, I believe would normally go through the process, but I'd want to, verify.
Who catches that? You guys, when you review it, OHM, when they review it, or we're supposed to know about that? Who catches that?
Following our zoning.
Staff is aware of
OHM.
which ones that we review, and we coordinate with OHM. We review a separate set of things to make sure that the amount of water being held back is matching the pre-existing condition, and OHM really deals with the rest of the site development. And they do the inspections on site too, which is good.
But it is our consultants who flag those and direct them.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else?
That's
great.
I don't see any more
Thank you,
questions.
Steve.
Thank you
Thanks for
very
taking
much.
it easy on me,
Thank
Mark.
you so much.
I should have stopped at Bandera Shevchenko,
Yeah. This isn't the time or the place, so it's all good, man.
Yeah, we didn't have to
Okay.
spend a bunch of extra money. Is one part of it. I know you had to invest.
I did, but not everybody else did, yeah.
Expensive.
Thanks again for your time.
Thank you very much.
Right, Josh, so let me know.
Oh, there you are. I was just gonna call you up and then you pulled the thing aside and there you were.
Just promoting you to panelists. You see that on Zoom?
But I'm hitting share. Where would I go to do that?
And at the bottom
It should.
bottom of your screen.
How to do Zoom? Okay, my share's up here.
Are you in Zoom?
I should be.
You're in PowerPoint, so you
Oh,
join as
just
panelist.
panelists.
All right.
Okay, join as panelists. There you go.
Okay. Okay,
At some point, share. See how the share screen? What do you want?
yeah.
Jess, does she share now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Entire screen, entire screen. Drop the entire screen.
Mhm.
And then you're gonna share your entire screen, then you're gonna pull up PowerPoint.
This is my screen. This is what I want.
And you share it, right? You got it?
Got it?
Go to Zoom again, please, and thank you.
Okay.
Entire screen,
Yeah.
share.
Type of soils.
TWA Zoom.
All that stuff. So, and it's like clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Andrea,
Now go to
start
here.
sharing. Thank you, John.
Hey, thank you.
This is.
Alrighty.
All right, are we ready here, folks?
Yep. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you. My name's Andrea Garrett and I'm the assessor for Scio Township. I've been here for about 20.
In the audience, if we could have quiet now, we're moving on with the meeting.
Okay, my name's Andrea Garrett. I'm the assessor for Scio Township. Been here for a little over 25 years and I was appointed assessor upon the departure of Warsha Kulkarni. What I'm going to show you today is basically informational on what is your assessment notices on your assessment notice and give you an overview of the March Board of Review. You've probably received your assessment notice in the mail already. And on that notice, it looks a little different than what it has been in past years because The state basically changed the format. They put all the things that pertain to the homeowner on the front, and on the back is just general information on appealing and so forth. And just going through what's on there, obviously, item 1 is the return address for the assessor. Number 2 is your unique parcel number and property address. Number 3, self-explanatory, it's your name and address, mailing address. Make sure we do have your correct address so your tax bills go to the right place this summer.
Yes.
Yes. Number 4 is where your principal residence would be. So if you've claimed an exemption by either the property being your principal or primary homestead, or you claimed a qualified ag exemption, or if the notice represents a business personal property account, a percentage of 100% would be noted by the appropriate exemption. If you see an exemption noted, if you do not see an exemption and you believe you qualify for a particular exemption and it doesn't show up, call us and we can check it out because, you know, it might have been missed. Item number 5 is just your legal description as is noted on your deed. The next slide deals with property classifications, and I do get a lot of phone calls on this. About 2 years ago, the State Tax Commission developed some standards which said, hey, we want to classify property a certain way. The ones that we get a lot, it'll say residential improved. All residential improved means is your lot and you have a house on it. If it's residential vacant, it means you have a vacant lot with no house on it. It doesn't mean that the assessor went in and said, oh, they improved their property. A lot of people seem to think that happens. It's not true. It just means you have a building on it. Same with industrial improved, so the building on industrial. Commercial improved, a building on industrial. And that is just something that we use for our internal reporting. Classification, it's not a factor in determining your value. Let me see. Next, a new feature on your assessment notice is a section which will let you know if your taxes may increase or decrease due to the change in your taxable value. It takes a change in your taxable value and multiplies it by the millage rate from the previous year. This requirement was instituted by the State Tax Commission. This little nugget on there, it's just an estimate. It doesn't mean if you says your taxes will go up $700, doesn't mean it's going to exactly go up $700 because millages do affect this and so forth. So it's informational purposes only that's out there.
And Andrea, are you finding that that's getting a lot of people's attention?
Not really.
Okay.
A lot of it's that 5%.
Yeah.
Which we talked about, which we're coming up to right now. Your taxable value calculation. How is this number calculated? Basically, it takes your taxable values calculated by taking last year's taxable value minus any losses and multiplying it by the rate of inflation, the CPI, or 5%, whichever is the least, then adding the additions. An example is shown is what is considered a loss and what is considered an addition. A loss, you demo an old pole barn or something. An addition, you finish your basement, you build a deck, that's considered an addition. That value would be plugged into where it shows on the formula there. So it takes that into consideration there. Number 7, slide 7, is I get a bulletin from the State Tax Commission every year in November. And I believe the bulletin is on my chair. And this is where I get my 5% on my CPI. And how they calculate it is they take the CPI over a 2-year period and they divide it and they get a ratio. So in essence, the inflation rate this year was 7.9%. But because of proposal A, it's capped at 5%. So I don't make up this number, the state gives it to me. And you can see since 1994, when proposal A was enacted, this is a list of the historical multipliers that have been for the past, I don't know, 20 years or so. Mm-hmm. So it just gives you an idea. This is the highest it's ever been in those 20 years.
And Andrea, is everybody across the state? So everybody across the state has gotten the 5%. I think that's important to remind
It's an automatic item that's plugged in basically to our computers that we get an update in the assessing software. It's plugged in there. I can't change it.
So that's kind of hard to read, but for historical purposes, at least with my eyes, what was it, if it was 5% this year, what was it last year and the year before?
It was 3.2 or 3.3 last year and 1.4% the year before.
So there's a lot of sticker shock for tax year ending in 2022.
And then we all know inflation has affected all of us in all areas of items.
Yeah, it looks like it's been back to 95. It looks like it's been nowhere near this. Looks like the highest is what, 4.4?
4.4 in 2009. In 2010, it did go below. It did drop a little bit. And that was due to that crash back in 08. All those factors came in and then it just steadily went back in. Taxable values actually decreased in 2010. Any of these bulletins can be found at this website. I reference it a lot. It's saved as one of the favorites on my computer. It's where I go to get all of my exemption information. The assessor education information's on there. Any exemptions. It even tells you if you want to be an assessor, how to become one. So if you're ever inclined, just let me know and I'll direct you in the right direction. Let's see, where are we at here? Your assessed value. The process of how the assessed value is determined is more complicated, but I'll be brief. Our office receives a form from the Washtenaw County Equalization Department, which tells us local assessors if they need to increase or decrease the assessed value of their property. This is based on the sales studies the county conducts. The county takes what happens is that a 24-month sales study is done, which takes the total SEV or state equalized value of all residential properties sold within the 2-year period in the township and dividing it by the total sales price of all those residential properties sold in the township during the same 2-year period. And for your assessments today, the 24-month sales period is designated as April 1st, 2020 through March 31st of 2022. So let's say if the market crashed tomorrow and values went down, your assessment, your tax bill, it would not be affected this summer. It takes like a year for things to catch up. And all these cycles are designated by the state. I can't change it because the market's different or it's all done by the state. If the total SEV of all the properties sold divided by the total sale price of all properties sold equals the sales ratio. If that ratio is under 50%, that means I need to increase the assessments. If the ratio is over 50%, it means I need to decrease assessments. This year, the ratio, I believe, was 46.24%. So that tells me, okay, I got to go in there and increase assessments because my goal is to be as close to 50% as possible without going over. And I think after all of this work was said and done, our ratio came back at like 49.9 something or other. So we try to get them as close as we can. After we also do our own sales study. So we compare with what the county has to make sure we're both looking at the same set of sales for that 2-year period. But I'm not going to get into this too much because I'll be back in August and I'll show you all the dirt on how that's actually calculated. It's a lot of math involved.
You stopped screen sharing, I'm not sure.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, people get to look at me. Oh, let's try this again.
Also know Andrea's presentation is also in the packet.
Yeah. Okay.
Andrew, you're good.
Here, please. This is my first PowerPoint presentation, and I've discovered it's something I really like to do because I just prepared 2 more for a presentation I'm doing tomorrow.
Oh, there you go.
Great news. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that.
It's fun. You get to pick the colors and the design. And,
Well, I think we have
Andrea,
Great.
doing
some more tasks for her later.
I'm trying, guys. I'm just thank
Doing
you.
great, doing great.
Okay, how do I get to my next thingy?
Plus or minus or the.
Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Okay, next one is, section is where your transfer of ownership is. If you purchased your property in 2022, this line should say was. That means there was a transfer of ownership of the property. If you didn't purchase the property in 22, it should say was not, meaning there was not a transfer of ownership. In the state of Michigan, when a property is purchased, it goes through what is called an uncapping. This simply means that the taxable value of your property, for which your property taxes are based on, will become what the state equalized value is. So I've given you a visual. Basically, it shows you, you purchased your property in 2022, it uncapped, your SEV and your taxable become one and the same number. Okay, that's why it's important when you're looking for a house. Don't rely on what the current owner is paying in taxes. Always take what the SEV is, and that gives you a better ballpark idea to see if you can afford the taxes on the house that you want to buy. Okay. 11, that's where I just put the assessor change reason. Most popular reason right now is market value adjustment. That's that taxable value change that I spoke of. We'll put there if you added a deck or finished your basement. If you did not build your deck or did not finish your basement and it shows an assessor change reason for that, call our office and we can check it out, because sometimes people, they decide not to build their basement. They say, oh, we don't have the money, or a life issue got in the way, so they just decide not to go finish the basement.
How would you know if they're working or remodeling?
They pull the zoning compliance with our office, and that's how we know what type of new construction is going on there.
If there was an adjustment, do you make individual adjustments based on Vermont equalization, or do you, how do you, with it?
Adjustments, what do you mean by adjustments?
Like you were at 46% instead of 50%. So you were low on the equalization.
That means that the sales prices of properties in the township were greater than what we had properties assessed at, that we were under assessed. And that happens quite often.
So how do you rectify that with respect to individual tax bills?
Good question.
Let me think if I can come up with an answer that's understandable.
Smart.
I know, the thing is, it's late at night for me.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm usually sleeping by now, so.
I'm just going out for the night.
Yeah, something like that. We look at the sales of the neighborhood, in the neighborhood. We break it, once we get that ratio from the county, then we'll go into each of the individual neighborhoods and look at the sales in that area.
Yeah.
That's the last process of the whole thing. We go in there, what Becky and I are doing this year is we're going to analyze the sales, because there's a lot of people out there who finish basements that don't pull permits. And when a house sells, Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com is a great resource. It tells us everything. Even though we don't follow sales, we even asked when we were at classes, can we look at that stuff online? And they said, oh, yes, you can. We can look at it and go, well, they finished their basement, but we don't have it. Guess what? Patients, it happens. But your question that you have for me, because I know you have some family background in assessing, I'll talk about that more in August when I'm a little more seasoned. This is my first year, and I'm still trying to decipher what some of these things are.
I have a question at the end about board of review and what you expect the numbers to be given the 5% and the sticker shock. But
actually, okay, the next slide is actually the board of review. Here's your dates and times of your board of review. Items which you should bring, should you wish to appeal, are like comparable sales, listing information, and how long the house is listed for, and a settlement statement from the sale of your home. The questions we get regarding the 5%, once we explain to people, you can come to the board of review and say, hey, my taxes are too high, but you have to show reason why you believe it should be reduced. And what you are appealing is your assessed value. You're not appealing your taxable value, because in order for your taxes to go down, your assessed value has to fall below your taxable value. And once your taxable value might be down here, but your assessed value is up here. If you come in an appeal, you have a successful appeal, it drops your assessed value here. Your taxes still won't go down. Your assessed value has to go below your taxable for the taxes to go down. So for those who have been in their homes for a long time, it's harder to get just to do your end game of lowering your taxes. If you're a new homeowner, you might have a little better chance of that falling below that taxable value threshold. But the Board of Review in March, they can hear appeals of your 23 assessed value. They can hear appeals of a property classification. You filed poverty and disabled veterans exemptions. The March Board of Review, they can't hear appeals on prior year assessments. So if you come in and say, well, my tax bill last year was whatever, we can't do anything with that. And for your 23 assessed value, the March Board of Review, this is the only time that you can appeal that assessment. You can't wait to get your tax bill in July and say, well, my assessment's too high. You have to do that back in March. We can't go back. State doesn't allow us to do that. So, and a lot of people, they don't think until they get that tax bill and they have to write that check, then they really look at that number, but unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do for them at that point. So questions to ask yourself when you receive your assessment notice. When I get my notice at home, I make sure, yeah, my name and address is right. Yeah, my legal description is correct. Did they calculate my taxable value correctly? Does my legal description look the same as it was last year? Yeah. And then I'm satisfied. So that's some things you can, look and make sure you got the homestead on there if you're eligible, things like that. So basically, this concludes the educational portion of my presentation. And I just wanted to provide the board with a few little tidbits that we find in assessing that we found out this year. It just gives you the number of parcels for each of the classes of property. It shows you, this is from a report that I can put through BSNA, our assessing software. All classes of property increased, and this is the rate of increase. Now this is assessed value, this is not taxable value. Taxable value is what taxes are based on. So this is, we mailed close to 6,800 assessment notices on real property. Today, I mailed close to 300 notices for business personal property. The notices here for real property, they do not include exempted parcels or parcels with a zero value. And going back to business personal property, at the time this report was done, we had 996. Right now, due to some new businesses that were added on, we have maybe 1,020 total business personal property. And because of that small business exemption, it'll calculate to about 70% of those parcels are exempt from business personal property, as long as they file the form. So
and that's under the 170,000.
It's 180,000. The state raised the threshold this year. Right. If you're claiming an exemption between 80 and 180, besides a small business form, you also have to file a personal property statement. So we need 2 forms.
Andrea, that statement must be filed every year. Is that how that?
It's one and done for the small business personal property. If it's under 80,000, you file it once, you're done, which is great.
Yes.
Yes, because I've been working with Donna a lot on some of the small business owners, and you tell them all you got to do is file this form. But you can talk to people, send them emails, remind them. Some people just fall into the same habits and just don't file or don't know what it is, and they're afraid to talk to me. Why, I don't know. Don't talk to anybody. Right here is, okay, looking forward to 2024. The reason I put 2024 on here is because as soon as the March Board of Review wraps up, I've printed my reports and I ship it off to the county so they can do their equalization portion of it. I'm already working on next year and 2024 values. because I can't change 23 anymore. There's nothing I can do. So what Becky and I, as working in that department, we found a lot of discrepancies with land values. Typically your land value, we look at it from a perspective, it's 20% of sale price. That kind of, because, you know, that's where all value starts, is your land value. And then we go from there. So it's kind of been lacking in prior years. So we want to get those all firmed up. We've realized once we've adjusted the land values for the little time that we had to work on this, it brought the assessments more up to that 50% threshold that I explained earlier, where the sale price, oh, okay, because we get a lot of deeds that they show us, hey, we're paying X amount for a property and we have it way under assessed. Why? And we would look at it and go, land values, or there's that basement again that we didn't have on our, you know, there. So
Andrea, how many years were we kind of below that 50%? Or, I mean, what do you think kind of, generally speaking?
I can't speak to prior people working in that department, how they did things, because I wasn't involved in that part of it.
Sure, but what I just kind of, from what you're seeing, what do you think were some of the reasons?
It's just based, a lot of it's land values, as I stated. They weren't, it's something that you should look at every year, but if you don't sit and analyze something and you just say, okay, you just put it in, you know, so it's just, and then plus, I can't believe certain properties, how much they actually do sell for. It shocks me when I see it, but I'm like, hey, okay, a lot of people pay because they want that view. Because when you look at the house, you go, really? But it's the view that they're paying for. That goes back to the land. So we're going to visit each neighborhood to make sure the class of construction is adequate for that particular neighborhood. And it kicked me off again. It's not gonna, oh well.
Yeah, it's okay.
But anyway, I wanted to show you the cute part of my assessing thing. But basically, and then we need to hire an MCAT or an entry-level assessor, which is something I can bring up to the board in the spring after board review. But I'm getting long in the tooth, and so is Becky. And it's always good to train somebody new because, you know, because someone to take over eventually one day. And then the state has a lot of things that they are requiring us to do, like visiting 20% of your properties every year in some way, shape, or form. And 20% of our properties is 1,300 parcels per year. And for 1.5 people to do it,
that's a lot of visiting.
And when I started here 25 years ago, we had 4 full-time people working in the assessor's office. And now it's 1.5. So it's shrunk a lot. You know, technology made some things easier, but still, we still have to do the same work. And basically, guys, that's it. You know, I was going to show you my cute little thing at the end for any questions for anybody. That wasn't included in your packet. Are there any questions? This is my dog asking a question. So,
well, what about rental properties? I mean, those are not exempt.
No.
So how do you know if a parcel is a rental property or not?
The way we know that is that principal residence exemption, that a homeowner, they have to own and occupy the property to get that exemption.
Right, well.
And if it's a rental, then the owner does not, you know, does not qualify because they don't live there. The renter does not get the principal residence exemption.
Well, how do you know if they're renting a house or?
You look, some people, if they have a change of address, they say, oh yeah, I'm living out here in Florida now and I'm renting my property. Oh, you are, thank you very much. You change it.
We work together on that because the Scio will get tax bills back.
Yeah, and she'll tell me a change of address and I'm like, okay.
So tell, I said, you got to change the records in ERE with a question.
Some people, they don't change their mailing address. They'll leave their name as, you know, John Jones, you know, 123 Main Street, Ann Arbor, and the mail will still go to them. I don't know who lives there. There have been times if I question, I went to the clerk's office.
Yeah.
And I said, who's registered to vote at this address?
We basically have three main lists of people we keep track of here at the township, the assessing, tax, and qualified voter file.
Yeah, and I
Kind of
referred
like
to the
a Venn
clerk's
diagram.
office to get who works. Kathy remembers that too probably. Hey, who lives there?
Okay.
So, we, the taxpayer depends on us and we depend on them for any help. So,
I have a very basic question.
Yeah.
You said that there's going to be an across the board 5% increase. That will impact the tax amounts that are going to come into our general fund, right?
yes, yeah, because
How much?
we don't know yet. Because I don't know what my final taxable value will be yet until after the March Board of Review wraps up. So maybe ask me beginning of April, then I'll know, but we won't have tax rates until May, June, and if there's an election.
But we should know before April 1st when we adopt our budget.
Yeah, I can tell you what the taxable value will be at the close of the March Board of Review, once everything is.
Yeah.
So I would have bet, I know there's been some years, Andrea, where we've been able to give a pretty good estimated revenue for property taxes.
I found a formula on the computer in my office, and I'm like, what is this? And I'm looking at it, and I would plug in numbers and it would. So something else new I found I can play with, that the prior assessors have used to help budget and so forth. So it'll be the values that I'll know, not.
That will be significant information.
Yeah. And then also, don't forget the Headley Amendment too.
It is in a straight 5. It is in a straight 5 time you do all that.
Yeah, the calculation.
Convoluted formula.
Yeah, we get those numbers in May, with the Headley. So did I do okay? Does that?
Yeah.
Now?
Great job, Andrea. Thank you so
And here's
much.
the bulletin for your 5% that I get from the state, if anybody wants to look at it.
She works weekends, by the way.
Yeah,
I called her on Saturday.
I just happened to be in the office.
Well, you didn't have to say that. I said, had you all bolstered up.
I know, no, I let everybody know. I was working to get notices out.
Andrea, could we have that letter on the website?
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it on the website tomorrow,
Okay.
so everyone can see it.
Yeah,
I'll
thank you.
just stick it in assessing info
Yeah.
somewhere. Okay, yep.
Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you guys
Thank
for
you.
your patience.
You don't have to stick around. Or no, wait, you did ask her to stay.
Yeah,
around.
she asked me to stay in
Yes,
case I
please.
needed later. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. I was going to excuse you, but you have something else that may call for your expertise. That brings us to H3. This is regular reports, and we have 2 that were received in writing, I believe, unless I missed some.
No, I have my meetings tomorrow night.
Right, okay. So I know there's been some interest in the supervisor's report. I probably in part because I don't usually crank out something like this, but this was done in consultation with the township manager. There's a number of different issues that are sort of pending, but we're not really ready for action on them. And so the thought was that I would put some of these issues forward in my report, and that could serve as the basis for the board to at least introduce these subjects and have some opportunity for question and answer before we get to a point where we're ready for actual deliberation on an action item. So that's the preface, and what I would suggest is in order to try and move through this, because I sensed that there may be some questions, is to try and work through the report in the order in which things come up on the report instead of jumping around. If people have questions.
Do we need to work through any of them, or can we just?
If people have questions.
Us speak for themselves, and we can reach out to you if you have questions later. I mean.
Well, that's true too. If nobody really approached me with questions before the meeting, but obviously I welcome people coming to me with questions. There was an issue raised in a communication from some residents, and I addressed that to the board. But if there are other issues or questions, I'm happy to respond.
I had a couple. I mean, one, I think we do need to talk about some subjects, and I look forward to talking about the fire levy a little bit later in our agenda. I do want to, for the benefit of the township, just fact check and correct a couple of items that are incorrect in here. If the general fund is like a checking account, the accompanying general fund balance can be thought of as the township savings account. It's not how it works.
Yes,
And
it does.
a sign of a
Page 1, paragraph 2.
And then a sign of a fiscally secure municipality is a fund balance that could cover 1 year's worth of operating cost. I want to cite our fund balance policy, which covers each of the funds. It's based on GFOA and GASB, other professional recommendations. We have different fund balance levels for each fund. For the general fund, ours is 100%, a full year of operating as a minimum. That's extraordinary. We've been typically operating at almost 200% fund balance. Our minimum, we put as a goal to bring it down to 100%. We're not down to that goal yet. I believe that when a fund balance in the general fund unrestricted, there are no plans for it. Taxpayers may ask, is there a need for it? And they start to ask if they're being underserved or overtaxed. I would also note GFOA fund balance guideline for the general fund suggests a minimum of 2 months. 2 months, that's 17%. So I just want to give that perspective there. I want to say as well, and I'll get to this on the general fund deficit. Certainly the last few years, the reasons for the structural deficit, I'm looking forward to seeing Mark's proposed budget. I think it'll be closer to a balanced general fund budget this year, which I'm happy about. But a couple of the drivers for that are we are not fully recovering the costs for our planning and zoning activities. That's a big issue. We got to look at that. Going to discuss that in my report, and also the not recouping our indirect costs from the other special funds. I just wanted to speak about the general fund deficit. That's all.
Trustee Noel, I sense you had a question or two.
Well, I had my hand up and I could mention this later in our discussion, but it's pertinent now, it's pertinent later. An issue has come up regarding contacting township legal counsel. And I've had discussion with John Reiser. I've had discussion with Mark and some other people on the township board. And John and I would like to propose that immediately all requests for any legal written materials or attorney work product of any sort should go through Mark Thompson. This would include a request for an attorney to prepare a resolution or a motion for the board packet. It would also include a request for a memo asking for a legal opinion. We're going to draft a written document for our next board meeting that will be broader and specify more direction. But for right now, for immediately, we think it's prudent to do this because Mark is familiar with performing this function. He has experience in it, with it. He has performed this function in other municipalities. And this issue recently came to light when I learned that one board member had requested a township attorney prepare a draft resolution for the board packet that was different from what the board directive had been.
You're talking about the fire levy.
Yes, I was getting there.
Sorry, I'm just clarifying.
I know. When another township attorney had already been working on the resolution that reflected the board's directive. So Mark had requested one attorney work on the resolution based on what the board had said. And then I discovered that Mike Homier was also working on a broader resolution on the same issue.
Really?
Which really,
For whom?
by you,
No, that didn't happen.
that was my understanding.
That is incorrect.
Will, who requested, Mike, you're on the line here. Would you please join us? Mike, who requested that you prepare that resolution about sheriff, ambulance, and fire funding uncapped for the township?
I thought this was the loan that you were talking
Nope,
about.
I'm sorry, I have a question to Mike, legal question. Mike?
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can. Yes, hi.
Yeah. What was the I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sure. Mike, who requested that you begin working on a potential fire/public safety millage, and who requested that you spend the time drafting that resolution and millage question?
So a couple things. First of all, it's not a millage question. It's a ballot question to defray
Definitely.
costs by special assessment. Well, there's a difference. So nobody asked me to do it. Nobody asked me to do it. I had recently drafted that ballot proposal for another client of mine. I simply changed the names, sent it to the supervisor and said, this is the ballot question that I have used in the last week for another client.
Great, thank you.
So
no issue.
So, hello, Mr. Homie. I don't have any questions for you right now. We're kind of in the middle of reports, and I have a report to give, and this took a dark and unexpected turn. I agree that we need to rein in legal expenses. We need to decide how we reach out to lawyers. I was surprised that it would come up at this juncture in this fashion. I think it's something that warrants discussion. If this is where we're going to address it, we can do that, but we have other agenda items to talk about. We've got a 300 North Zeeb Road. We've got the assistant fire chief things. So I agree with Kathy that we need to decide who we reach out to for legal work, and we need to bring the interim manager in on that so that we're not working at cross purposes or reaching out to different people. And so Mark, somebody kind of knows what's going on, big picture. But that was the nature of my support.
Right, I know that.
Not this inquisition of Will Hathaway and Will, did you call Mike Homie kind of stuff. I wasn't prepared for this aspect of this.
He asked me that question.
Oh, come on.
I was, well, you said who, and I
You said
you.
who?
Yeah, because you were talking about something that I hadn't done. You were looking at me and
I-
making all the implications.
I'm on board with this, but is there a better way to do it?
Potentially. And I
We have to
said
talk about it, John.
at the beginning, we could address it here, or we could address it later in the meeting. I did say that.
Kathy, is it fair to say that the main concern is really, is there a legal spend? If there's a legal spend,
Right.
then yes, it needs to go through Mark, right?
Right.
But if he
Right,
has just a
exactly. Right.
there's nothing it's gonna cost the South Township or the taxpayers money.
Right.
Hey, if you wanna talk to Mike Cormier gratis free, sure.
Well, every time you talk to an attorney, there's a cost.
Well, of course there is, right? But he sent you something, it sounds like he just sent you something that,
I was.
and gratis, right? So that's fine.
Just to settle everyone's mind about this, how it happened, I was talking with Mike, I was asking him a question, he said, oh, well, you know, while we were talking, he said, here's this thing I did for somebody else, I think, you know, you could probably use this.
Right, it was gratis, that's what I'm saying, so that's, who cares?
Yeah.
Well, but it does sound like it wasn't maybe intentional or whatnot, but it does sound like we have an issue that we need to deal with. It doesn't matter where it started or but it has been brought up.
I think this issue of attorney costs has come up over and over again. We had a meeting, Kathy was part of it, with the prior township administrator, where we tried to straighten this all out and sort out which attorneys would do which work. And it sort of was working, but you know, we've had a lot of change of players and people weren't necessarily aware of it. I think
it never came to the board.
It wasn't discussed by the board.
One way of dealing with this would be to revisit that, come up with a policy. I think we've got some, you know, an interested new trustee since then. And Kathy was involved in that original conversation. I think it makes sense to, you know, to look at it again, but there's a lot of drivers of our attorney costs.
And why is Mr. Homie on the call right now?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, there was a number of topics that were coming up this evening that involved legal questions, and I talked with Mark, and we anticipated that there might be questions for Mike, and indeed there are. So I think it wasn't that far off to and have him available to answer those questions. But why don't we done with
Mark? Are we done with Mr. Homie now? Can Mr. Homie sign off?
I think Mark wants to.
Well, just to answer your question, Mr. Brazil, recognizing that there were going to be questions, I think, about the fire levy and that he had been involved in providing information about the fire levy. I thought it would be beneficial for him to be here to answer any questions, because it is my understanding that one of our goals this evening, and perhaps I'm mistaken about that, but it's my understanding that one of our goals this evening was to make a determination about the direction we were going to go with the fire levy, so that we could have that on the agenda for the next meeting.
And that was my hope for the discussion item, pulling it out as a fire services levy discussion.
But in answer to your question, the reason he is here is because I asked him to be here.
Okay, got it. Okay, understood.
I think we want to keep him here for that discussion item and possibly other things that may come up in the questions that I raised. But if we could move on with reports, I understand that you have a comment that you would like to make. If we could move on with reports and deal with this question of how to handle attorney issues at another time.
I want to support Kathy's leadership on this. I think what you suggested, Kathy, is a great idea. I support Kathy taking a stab at a policy, some sort of thing to rein in costs. A start, absolutely. And also I want to rein in costs and also make sure we need to prevent the abuse of our attorneys and costs, and also working at cross purposes. We left January 17th going in one direction, asking our interim manager to handle it, and we're still not there yet. So thank you, Kathy.
Don can pitch in too.
Yes, I have something very important. It is the Planning Commission report under reports, and A2 Indoor Golf is asking for a conditional land use at 300 Park Plaza, Suite 292, to put in a restaurant so they can sell hot dogs and beer for people who indoor golf, and the tennis and pickleball courts next door. And that got preliminary passage at the Planning Commission yesterday. And that's the extent of my Planning Commission report. Thank you.
Thank you. Will, were you finished with your report?
My report is a written report. I just wanted to offer people the opportunity to ask questions. I didn't realize it was going to turn into kind of a
I'd be willing
general discussion.
What order do you want to go in?
Who else has a report that they would like to give. It looks like on the list, we have the clerk. There's a written report from the clerk. Are there questions for the clerk on her written report?
Just a couple highlights. 2 initiatives under finance to deal with the general fund deficit. I included a memo, spent a lot of time and handed it over to Mark and Rod on the indirect cost allocation plan. I know at last year's budget process, there were a lot of questions and the board kind of gutted it at the last minute. I don't want to run into those problems again. This is a sound, reasonable thing to do. If you're interested in the formulas, in the methodology, please let me know. Happy to talk about it ad nauseum with you. This is an overview and it has been passed on. I'll note that it's about $500,000 a year that we recoup rightfully, properly to the general fund through such a plan. So that's very important. The second thing I want to note are our planning and zoning operations. I wanted to suggest, we're very fortunate to already have Manor Casterison under contract. I mentioned this very, very briefly to Rod and Mark today, but just wanted to put it out there and then hear input later, to Mark or me about asking them to take on in quick internal study of our planning and zoning operations, perhaps code enforcement too. Planning and zoning is the big one, John, to kind of look at how we can make it more efficient and then do a fee study, because you'll see that we're losing, between $100,000 to $300,000 a year in general fund monies on our planning and zoning operations. And those by and large should be self-sustaining. So I think that's kind of the second piece of it. So if people have thoughts, I think Manor Casterison, that's something that they do. And the sooner we engage a consultant to kind of come up with that, the sooner we'll be able to adopt some fees that properly recover our costs.
Okay, there are no other written reports. If there are no other questions on reports, let's move on to agenda item I1. This is 300 North Zeeb, the Commercial Rehabilitation District. We have with us, I believe, the property owner. Oh no, wait, we lost a property owner. Well, I think what we have here before us this evening is the establishment of the Commercial Rehabilitation District. And I think everyone understands this is the first step in what could be a process where the property owner would then be enabled to apply for a tax abatement. And actually, Mark, you were sort of taking point on this. Why don't I turn this over to you to introduce?
Sure.
Yeah.
So again, the only decision, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is just do we decide today, do we, authorize this district? That's it. So whether the length of the abatement, the length of cost, or all the other things that would be potential impacts to us or to him or the rest of the owner, that's not on the agenda tonight. So just to make that clear. So we took, Mark Smith was kind enough to give us a tour of the property, shared with what he wanted to improvements that he wanted to make, which I thought were wonderful. I know there were some concerns. Again, this is all in the reports. So I'm just going to do a quick rehash. There were some concerns on impact of traffic, making a left-hand turn by a few residents, maybe more, but there were at least 2 that reached out to me. I did my own ad hoc observation, by no means obviously, as we all know, a traffic engineer. So I took the liberty of parking my vehicle from, I think one time was actually, I think 5 to 5:30. And then another time, I think actually was 5:15 to 5:45. I just sat there and said, was I able to turn left? Right. And the answer was no problem. I could take a left several times, and many cars could have been behind me because there's kind of just a natural incurrence of when that traffic light turns red at the turning point when you're coming off of 94, it just kind of stops all traffic. And there's not a whole lot of traffic heading, that'd be northbound. That way, everybody's more or less heading south. So I didn't see it as any kind of impediment in my mind that Mr. Smith putting a facility there with a couple hundred people would cause any increase in folks being forced to turn right, go through a neighborhood. I just didn't see that there. I mean, again, the 2 times that I sat there, I saw no issue. I think at any given time, 10 or 15 cars could, all got together and taken a left at one time. Again, I made that observation on 2 separate occasions. One occasion was a Friday, because I figured that'd be the busiest time, right? And the other one I think was a Wednesday. I also noticed that, the traffic on, McDonald's, of course, has way more traffic probably in an hour than Mr. Smith would ever have in a day, and they seem to be fine. I think the second issue that was brought up is, hey, what about people trying to cross trying to cross the road? Well, 2 things. Number one, I'm a cyclist. I have biked that road at least 1,000 times. And I'm just giving you just from my experience, that's all I can share. And in that, over the last 10 years, I have maybe saw 10 or 20 people walking. It's just not a heavily trafficked pedestrian road from what I can see. And I would argue, like any other major road, like Stadium, like other major roads, you have to go to the next intersection. If you do want to cross, you have to do the same thing there. Go to the intersection, there's a cross button, you can go across. So to me, I don't know why that's any different dynamic than it would be Stadium Boulevard or any other major thoroughway, in my opinion only. Mark did indicate that, it seems to be, and again, this is not a decision for me, it was a decision of the Planning Commission, is there a zone change? Is there a zone change to this property?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, and I don't know what that answer is. I don't know what the rules are. My only suggestion was if there is a zone change, that would require him to submit plans. Mark has said he's going to put in trees. Mark has said he's going to put in a berm. That's great. Let's just get that in writing. Make sure that actually happens, right? Because I think it'd be really good for the residents to see that berm go up. And of course, it'd be really nice to see all the trees that were once there, apparently, that were all removed at one time during this
2010, 2011.
Yeah, let's just make sure those all go back, and whatever other cosmetic things that would be nice for the property.
That's right.
In terms of the brownfield, that's really no impact, pro or con to us in the sense of cost to us either way. So I guess why would it be anti-brownfield if Mark can help get some relief on that, financial relief on that? Sure, right. Let's work that out. So I think that's kind of a recommendation, yes, to me. I think where we probably different. I know Mark wanted 10 years of abatement. I think that's a little heavy.
We will get to that question later.
Yes, but that's open for discussion. You saw my recommendation where I think that just stands. So my overall recommendation, I think we make it a district. I think it's fine. I think it's worthy. There is benefit to Scio Township that I depicted within that document.
We have with us the petitioner. Would you like to make a comment before?
I actually have a question. Note about zone. Are you suggesting zoning or zone? I mean, I didn't quite understand the statement. Does there need to be a change in zone?
I said I don't know if the use has changed.
I think it's a question of use.
Yes.
The use is going to be the same. It's under the I-1 and it's a permissible use. Everything we do is under I-1, so it is not a change in use.
And I guess the question is: there a mandate for?
John, can you participate in this? Can you answer Mark's question?
So is there and Mark, it's not that it's not a matter of trust or not trust or anything like that. I just like to see something. If Scio Township is providing financial relief, I'd like to see just something in writing somewhere that says we are going to put these trees in, we're going to put the berms in, we're going to serve the residents. We're going to live up to the promise that we made.
Right.
So I'd like to see that somehow in writing. And I think if the use does not change, I don't know if we can necessarily force it upon you.
I would be happy to put in writing that we will put a screen there. Question is, would a berm activate the need to submit a site plan? That's my only question. If we're just landscaping, putting in trees, we'll definitely commit to putting the screen along the north edge. Whether it includes a berm or not, I have to leave that to my civils engineers as to what that triggers for process.
I would ask it to be reviewed with the planning. I mean, that wouldn't be part of my purview. So I'd say, if the planning commission's good with it, I'm certainly good with it.
I think it's an administrative review.
This, I don't know that we can't rely on the planning commission to vet this for us, folks. This might be us because it's not a change in use. It's not a change in zoning.
That was just the conversation. I wanted you to join.
No, yeah, but
because so if it's not a change in use, can we require it to go to planning commission? I think, I don't know.
Yeah, and it could be maybe an informal
we want
review
to?
process.
Do we
I'm
need to?
okay with that. The only reason I like to have the planning commission involved is like, they know how many trees we should have per, Mark's gonna list, I don't know, 20 trees, and maybe we, the normal would be 100 trees. I don't know. There should just be some level of expertise on our side that says the landscape improvements he wants to make are, fall within the general kind of conditions and rules of.
There is a formula. I think we could probably draw on our planner for an administrative review. We don't generally send things to the planning commission unless there's a reason to send them to the planning commission.
Understood.
I think the intent of what you're looking for, we can accomplish through another method.
Mark, are you working with Doug Luan
Yes.
right now?
Yes,
Is that
he's currently got a zoning compliance request before him, which hopefully he reviewed today. I don't know if he did or did not. We are working on a landscape plan, which we'll be changing things up. Certainly the screen on the north is probably our #1 priority, and trying to beautify the site, whether that's going to be through grass, native grasses, trees. We'll have a lot of different plantings there.
So he's gonna come back and ask us for a tax. He's gonna ask us for a commercial rehabilitation district tax abatement. And then he's gonna ask us for a brownfield TIF. We've got some leverage over this guy.
Yes, we do. True. And you also, under the statute, can revoke,
I know. I'm sure that he'll work with our planner to see that our natural resources aspect of our zoning is compliant with.
Yeah, that's good. Exactly. It's all it would be.
Yeah, I wanted that.
And I don't think that it is.
I just know that you're aware of the
It would be no
process.
different than anybody else who approached us. I would ask them the same. They ask for the same mandate. So
Mark,
I'm ready to vote. I mean, I don't know if we need to.
Well, you might want to give a
discussion.
Well, can I
Necessary?
just ask?
Well,
no.
Wait a second. Okay, so are you? Did you have anything further that you wanted to say?
No.
Okay, so you're available to respond to questions, and we have a request to vote. But I think there may be opportunity for a little bit more further discussion, some more questions before we get to the actual vote.
Does your proposal cover all of the property there?
Well, it covers the I-1 district parcel, which is, I can't remember, it's 26 or 29 acres. It's a combination of two tax parcels that make up that 26 acre, 29 acre parcel that fronts on zero.
Is there any other property that's left?
There is a substantial amount of property to the east, going all the way over to West Delhi Road, which is it's either residentially zoned or ag zoned.
Yeah, if you look at this page.
I know,
Oh,
but
okay.
I wasn't clear on the exactly where.
No, what we're requesting is just for the I-1 zoning parcel.
The one that fronts on
29
Bay.
acres, if I remember correctly. And I think that's
29 acres. 29 acres is the industrial site.
I couldn't remember if it was 26 or 29.
I guess my question is, what about the rest of the property? What are your plans?
We don't have any plans to current time. You can ask is
A number of years ago, they had baseball fields there. Children.
Right. It did. There were
Playing
walking
t-ball.
trails and fields over towards the West Delhi Road.
And if you wanted to do anything with the rest of that property, it would still have to come in front of the board or the planning commission, depending on what your decision.
Right.
Yeah, which that was one of my questions. One other question, you brought up the berm. The berm is along the north side.
There used to be a row of red pines along that north fence row.
Yeah.
Not in very good health, but I probably wouldn't have cut them. That are now gone. The neighbors have asked for some kind of screening to, cut out any visible view of the building or lights. We're fine with that. I've had my landscape architect draw up a plan, including a berm. The question is on triggering an actual site plan review process. That triggers it, we'll stick to planting trees and not build the berm.
Okay. Along the east side, or I'm sorry, there's the north and then the east.
Yes.
There's some residential properties back there. Why you don't have a plan for a berm or?
So there actually is sort of a natural embankment there that goes up slightly to a fence and then it drops off quickly to a ravine. I don't know that there's actually room in there for us to put a berm. There's also an outbuilding. It's pressed right up against the fence.
Okay.
So
that would buffer them.
yeah, and there are a lot of mature trees already between those residences and the property.
Great. Sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Mark, I want to thank you for your work on this, taking this on and doing the research. I really like your report. I really appreciate your analysis and bringing your expertise as a business person. So thank you for your leadership on this. I also want to say I agree with Mark's recommendations and just to, you know, manage expectations here too. I'm supportive of the resolution tonight. I do agree that the length of the abatement, that 3 years, would be appropriate based on the benefits that it would bring. And I want to also ask Andrea, could you please, you handed this out to us, I'll include in the packet. Can you please, for everybody's clarity, since you're the assessor and these are the numbers, can you please tell the board what these are, what we're looking at?
Okay, this is, basically it's taking each of the different entities like the county, the township, the schools, library, etc., and taking what the tax savings would be to the property owner, and also shows the revenue that those particular entities would not be collecting for whichever years of the abatement. Okay, in the blue. The format is similar to what was provided. I kind of plagiarized a little format there, but just changed some of the formulas and so forth.
So for example, if we were to do a 3-year abatement, would it be the sum of 136, 140, and 143,000? Is it the sum of years 1, 2, 3?
At the very top is the year of.
And you've got that there.
I should point out that the numbers that I have in that document came from.
Yeah.
Those are not Mark's numbers.
No, I know. I know she made some tweaks today.
You're one of those assessor wannabes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I took a first stab at it. She went, yeah, no, that's wrong.
So it's a roughly a $460,000 benefit, and $460,000 that would otherwise go to Scio, the county, state, and schools.
Just to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, looking at the blue sheet,
yeah,
the savings would be this number and this lower number in the blue.
Yeah, the reason there's two separate, because the original report showed, I guess, the DDA capture and what's not captured by the media. So I just kind of left that on that.
And your number 1, it would be the 136 plus the 30 that's down below.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
So in other words, a commercial rehab district can capture things that a DDA cannot. I don't know. I'm looking at the assessor. She's sort of shrugging, but I don't think.
Yeah, but we're different animals.
Yeah, you can get back to us on that.
Yeah.
Certainly, we don't need to nail this down tonight. Thank you.
We just need to approve the district.
Yeah, I just wanted a ballpark. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Are there further questions or comments before we vote?
Mark said this is just to establish the district. The details come next.
Yeah, there'll be another round of discussion and another decision to make, at least one more before.
Yes, and then Don, the reason I just kind of encapsulated all phases is because, you know, while the Word document's open, let's just do it.
Yeah.
Right, and we don't want to take the first step if we don't think we're going to take the second step.
Yes,
right.
Exactly right.
This is the first step, first official step. We've had several discussions about this, but this is the first official action by the board. It will inevitably lead to more deliberation and more decisions about future actions.
Yes.
So with that said, are you prepared to make the motion?
I will make the motion.
All right, so motion by Rizzo.
Support by Reiser.
Support by Reiser. Please call the roll.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yep.
Resolution adopted 7-0. All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much.
Next agenda item, I believe, Andy, would you like to come up and speak to this? This is the approval of I believe, unless I'm missing something here. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm skipping something. There was an agenda item added. This is the discussion only of the fire services levy. That's I2. Sorry about that. False start there. We'll get to you in just a minute or two. Would you like to lead off on this agenda item, Mr. Manager?
Well, this comes out of a meeting of a couple, maybe 3 meetings back, where we talked, we had the report from the Fire Services Guidance Committee. We talked about a couple of things. We talked about the loan forgiveness issue, which was resolved earlier this evening. And we talked about, actually, we didn't talk, I guess we listened for the most part, regarding future of the fire department and then funding of that future. The board, I think the recommendation rather was relatively specific in terms of the various options that were provided, and the board was provided with potential funding methods to get to that option. Since then, there has been some discussion about the best method to raise the funds. We have, and there was some discussion earlier this evening, just to be clear, the morning after that meeting, I contacted Mr. Fink and provided him with some description of what had occurred and some proposed ballot language. He began to work on it. Other attorneys were involved also. At any rate, I believe that the purpose for the meeting this evening is to try to determine what action we want to take, the board wants to take, so that we can have that in the proper legislative form and take that action at the next meeting. Beyond that, I guess there are alternative methods for fundraising, and we have lots of people here who know a lot more than I do about it. So there's any point me trying to explain to you the methods about raising the funds. I know a little about as anybody here. So maybe that gets us where we are and let the discussion start. I certainly don't want to pretend like I know the answers to how to go about this. I've never pronounced it right, and I apologize for that.
I had to get schooled on it too. It's Homier.
Knowing that this conversation was likely to occur this evening, I asked him to be available so that if there were questions about various alternatives, he would be available to answer those questions.
Mike, if you would like to join. Thanks. So Mike, I know you've had conversation with Mark Thompson, and you've been involved in some communications with other township attorneys about this. And I included Mark's summary of his understanding after his conversation with you about the choices about sort of two different methods for getting the revenue to pay for the public safety. In this instance, the focus has been on the fire department, but as I mentioned in my report, the topic of the police element of public safety was also raised during that January 17th meeting. Could you explain just quickly the two choices as you explain them to Mark Thompson to everyone, so that people understand the distinctions between the two?
And I just want to say one thing. January 17th, we left the meeting wanting to get to step 3, fire services. The committee had recommended to Ty Bard questions for the voters for November 2023, pretty specific, one operating, one capital. I'm sure you've reviewed all that. And so the question in the agenda item we're on now is what form should that take? Because certainly the working group was very specific about what we want to fund, fire services, and it sounds like a question about legally, what are the options to do that, Mike?
Yeah, so there, as I see it, there are probably three options. And the question is the funding for emergency services, and I'll explain that broadly in a minute. The first is you can spend general fund monies, right? There's no question about this is a public purpose. You could spend general fund money on providing police and fire and ambulance service, no doubt about it, right?
We're talking about fire.
I understand. I'm going to use that term broadly, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Okay.
And I'll leave those choices about how or what the township wants to fund, but I'm just explaining the mechanism by which you could raise revenue for those purposes.
Great.
So the first is general fund. You can spend general fund money. The second would be an extra voted millage, right? The extra voted millage would be placed on the ballot. It would describe a specific purpose. It could describe raising money for emergency services broadly to include police, fire, and ambulance. It could be a more narrow question to provide funding for fire services. It could be drafted broadly, or sorry, more restrictive to say fire and ambulance, or all three, right? And that extra voted millage then becomes a tax, which is subject to Headley rollback over time. And there are some deficiencies in that method that we can talk about. And after I explain the third method is a special assessment under Act 33. Special assessment is not a tax. It is not subject to Headley. And there are reasons why a special assessment may be more beneficial moving forward, particularly in cases of higher inflation, higher costs. So let's start with an extra voted millage. Extra voted millage is subject to Headley rollback. So if you were going to do an extra voted millage, you would do it for a shorter term. The reason for that is because your costs are increasing. Your millage, extra voted millage, is subject to Headley rollback. So you may have a declining revenue stream in the face of increasing costs. So for example, there was discussion about Proposal A, the cap on taxable values at 5%. Well, that's great, but inflation's at 8%. So there's already a 3% gap between those, right? So you're not making up revenue as you move forward, and it could be subject to Headley rollback, in which case you would have a declining revenue stream, okay? With the Act 33 special assessment, it doesn't have to go on the ballot. It can be placed on the ballot if you choose to place it on the ballot. And the purposes for which you can spend under Act 33 are broad to encompass police, fire, and ambulance. Now, that authority can be exercised with respect to one or both or all three of those purposes, which is why the ballot proposal that I sent to the supervisor was drafted for another client of mine who was putting that question on, or who did put that question on the ballot for the May election, which is why the statute simply says you can place the question of raising money by special assessment on the ballot for the voters to vote on. It does not establish the special assessment district. It is simply a question about whether or not you should defray the cost of providing those by special assessment. So after that vote, depending on which way it goes, then you would actually have to form the district confirm the role, and then move forward. So I had one of my township clients who established a special assessment district for emergency services. And then as a result of that, because it's a special assessment and not a tax, any appeals of that have to go to the tax tribunal to be heard about whether or not there's a benefit conferred. The benefit of a special assessment is you get to more closely match your expenses with your revenue stream. And in fact, it's done on an annual basis as part of the budgeting process. So that when you come to that budget process in any given year, you get to decide on an annual basis whether you need to increase or decrease the amount of the assessment depending upon your budgeted costs. So costs go up, you're able to meet those costs by increasing that assessment to meet those costs. In particular years in which you might gain more money because, for example, taxable value is increasing by 5%. So you have, say, more revenue than you anticipated at the end of the year, and you have costs that have remained flat, then you can possibly decrease that assessment moving forward. That assessment under Act 33 it looks like a tax, but it's not a tax. That is to say, it is assessed against the taxable value of all property in the township unless it's exempt from taxation. So that it would be essentially a township-wide special assessment levied on taxable value on an annual basis in amount determined after a public hearing on an annual basis on the budgeting question, so that it better aligns with your expenses. Mm-hmm. And that can be then long-term because you're not subject to the Headley rollback, so you're constantly meeting those expenses moving forward. And the real issue becomes the budgeting of those expenses on an annual basis. Any questions?
Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I have two questions. One is about PA 33. I understand that can be done either per parcel, as we've done it here in Scio Township, or on a levy basis, kind of on a millage basis. Can you talk to me about the pros and cons of that?
Yeah, so it's actually kind of funny because it's Act 33 says that you levy it on a taxable value basis, and there was a court case, and it was Niles Charter Township versus Berrien County. And what happened was the county refused to certify their special assessment because they did it on a per parcel basis. That is to say, for example, they said, well, let's just make up a number. They said, well, the assessment's going to be $200 per parcel. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the county said, no, that has to be levied on a taxable basis and therefore on a millage basis, levied against the taxable value. You didn't do that because it's a flat rate parcel. The court said, no. You could do that. It just means that your millage assessed against every parcel is different. So you just back into the 200. Like I can get $200 on any taxable value as long as I adjust the millage assessed to that parcel. And therefore you come out with a flat fee.
Thank you. So you've dissuaded me already from that idea. The second question is, the proposal from the committee that we talked about was sort of this tie-barred question, one for operating that would operate much more as PA 33 is designed, right? And that we would take it to the voters, likely a special assessment. I guess perhaps in my mind, it was obvious to me it'd be Act 33 simply because that's what we've done before. It doesn't mean we would have to do that for the operating, but there's a express intent to one, take it to the voters, and two, have these step 1, 2, 3 to the voters, have the public hearing each year, really hold our fire chief accountable to say, hey, here's what, you know, we're able to do this year, here's what we're gonna need, expenditures, revenues. So that PA 33 makes sense to me on the operating millage, which we were aiming for November 2023. And that being about, I think, was it an 8-year? I can't remember, but longer. Then the second question, Mike, would be a capital project millage. We were aiming for 5 years to get it aligned with the presidential. So November 23, 5 years. That would just be to pay the bond issuance, but the cost would be more constant. Does that mean that it would be better suited for a millage rather than PA 33, a capital project such as that? Or not necessarily?
Well, it depends. So for example, if you were going to do, let's suppose you say you were going to do a capital project in, you estimate that you'll need a new fire hall in 5 years, okay?
Yeah.
And so you could combine a component of that PA 33 special assessment to fund for the next 5 years that capital improvement. Now, it may not be enough, right, over that 5-year period. So you might have to stretch that out. It just depends on how soon you want to build that. Now, I have a client that built a new fire hall, issued bonds for it, and then did a special assessment through PA 33 to pay off the bonds, which is completely permissible because PA 33 involves not only operating, but housing and equipping too. So it includes both operating and capital expenditures. The problem with your the extra voted millage is you've got to plan to meet the debt service on the bond payments long term. So for example, let's suppose you issue 20-year bonds and now you have an extra voted millage. If you're going to do an extra voted millage for 20 years, I can bet you that it's going to get rolled back over those 20 years. And now, is it going to be enough at the end to meet your debt service on the bonds? That's the real question.
Yeah, that is a really good question for us to look at because you know, part of the kind of policy recommendation from the working group is to have the capital question separate from the operating question. Because the capital question, that shorter term 5-year-ish question, is to say, do voters want to fund this second station that we need on Wagner? And if they say no to that, well, then our operating, you know, we wouldn't then go to the full step 3 because we wouldn't have the facility to do it, right? We would have some flexibility, but we were trying to build in a lot of kind of accountability here for our own spending. But that's something we haven't looked at, Mark, is kind of what the debt schedule would look like for bonding. I don't think so. Did we, Ryan? I'm looking at you who was on the committee here.
I know Mark Gary did some analysis on it, and I don't know if it was actual debt schedule run. I think there was in the projections.
Yes, and Chief?
It was, and if I remember correctly, the operating millage was structured so it coincided with the renewal, would coincide with the presidential election.
That's right. And the capital would expire.
Yeah, the capital would expire. I think it was around 12 years though, if I remember correctly.
The operating.
The capital portion. Yeah, I think that one was longer than the operating.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we haven't looked at this in a while, but yeah, there was so much more that kind of went into this rolled up recommendation. We're going to have to unpack some of it again. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Reiser.
Hello, Mike Homie. How are you, sir?
Good.
Do you have based on what you think we want to do or what has been recommended to us, do you have a recommended course of action? Like we should do this way and we should find out the will of the people rather than at the ballot box through public hearings or through discourse or any recommended course for us, given what we think we want to do?
Well, I did read sort of the proposals that came out, I believe, of the fire committee recommendations. And part of the problem with it is it mixes two different concepts. So for example, the one proposal mixes an extra voted millage with a PA 33 special assessment. They are not the same thing. One is a property tax and one is not. And they are completely different in that respect. So you got to choose one of those.
So we need personnel right away, and then we're going to need equipment and structures down the road. Is that? No. I mean, maybe. I mean,
we need them both. I mean, the page 9, and again, Mike, I don't know what you are looking at because I just don't know. But page 9 of the Fire Services Guidance Committee report, it says proposed ballot language, and the committee knew that they weren't attorneys.
No,
and so they wrote. I know, but I'm saying it's pretty specific.
And Jessica, so, I'm not trying to fault the committee.
Not at all. I'm just saying. So I would appreciate. Okay. I in fact just kind of expected that a township attorney would be able to take that and be able to make a suggestion. I didn't know how it got so complicated.
Well, I guess the question I have still is if we want to do personnel with benefits, including benefits, equipment and supplies, building operation, maintenance and repairs, vehicle operation, maintenance repairs, equipment replacement reserve, vehicle replacement reserve, construction and equipping of a second fire station, architectural and civil engineering costs, apparatus purchase for second station. If that's the big picture over time in the next years to come, is there a funding mechanism that you recommend?
Well, I think the special assessment under PA 33 meets all of those requirements. One is it provides you flexibility over time. I'll give you an example. Today, you may say, you know what, we just want to provide for operating expenses for the fire department. Great. Then you have a public hearing, you approve the budget, and you assess the appropriate special assessment levied against the taxable value as a millage and collect that revenue for those expenses. 5 years from now, you might say, you know what, we need to fund or we want to fund an ambulance service. So you go through the budget process, you schedule a public hearing, people show up, give their public comments, and you say, okay, well, we're going to fund now fire services and an ambulance. And so we're going to meet those expenses, and here's the millage we're going to levy for that. Same with the capital expenditures. So long-term capital plans, you can levy that special assessment in an amount necessary to meet those costs and expenses, not only of the current year, but in years going forward. So, and it's really difficult to argue that if you're providing those services, that it's not proportionate to the benefit conferred, because they are exactly or as close as you can get to estimated costs, meeting your anticipated expenses with revenue designed for that purpose, rather than an extra voted millage that may be subject to rollbacks and then is a declining revenue stream in the face of rising costs. And so going forward, you're able to lengthen that out much more and have that certainty. So the last special assessment I did under Act 33 was for 20 years. That doesn't mean over those 20 years, they're going to levy the same assessment every year. In fact, in some years, they may say, we don't need it this year because we've collected enough money to provide for those budgeted expenses on that fiscal year basis.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike, so we're talking about so far the operating expenses under Public Act 33. And also the fire committee had the separate for capital project millage. Could we have two separate SADs under Public Act 33, one for operating and one for capital?
You could. I don't know why you would.
So we could just have one and then allocate money towards the capital project. Am I understanding this correct?
I think I'm trying to.
And that would be done on an annual basis as part of the budgeting process. So let's suppose each year you have budgeted a certain amount for, let's suppose you want to save up for a fire truck and you're going to do that over a 5-year period. Then you would have a capital account for which some of that revenue is assessed for that purpose. You collect it in 5 years, you buy your fire truck.
And I would say, and Mike, just to kind of build upon what you're saying, with sort of the policy direction was, that we could still have 2 questions to the voters, both using the authority under PA 33. It'd be 1 special assessment district, but the value from a policy perspective of going to voters is to ask them, do you want to pay this extra amount for this second station, sort of like your options? You wanted to give them the A to Z deluxe, right? You wanted to go to step 10.
Silver bronze package,
But to say 2 questions to voters. 1 question, hey, do you want to authorize up to X amount for a special assessment that would be annually reviewed through public hearing by the board, to get to what we've been calling step 3. Second question, tie-barred to that would, if it failed, the operating would still go through. The capital question say, and do you want to, be assessed X dollars, Y dollars more for a second fire station?
Why does it have to be 2 ballot questions? Why not?
So it doesn't have to be. I would defer to our attorney on that, but I will say from the policy perspective, the fire services working committee felt very strongly that we wanted to be able to separate out. So it's not just a big, because if you look at what we've done in years past, okay, it's kind of everything under the sun is PA 33. We, for example, 2019, we upped it from 0.9 to 1.35, very general language. What we said we were gonna do was kind of do a little bit of everything. We budgeted 200,000 for capital per year. Instead, we decided to rehab the fire station for 3.3 million. So what we're trying to do is a little bit more planning and accountability, because we did just go to voters in 2019 and we want to be able to say, hey, do you want to fund fire services, and do you want to pay a little more for a second fire station?
Well, if it's all under the same
authority.
Yeah, well, right, but even if it's part of the same question, and from my understanding of special assessments and districts, is that the clearer you are with your language and what you're going to do, I mean, isn't that required? So if you put in operating expenses here, and then you have the list, and then capital project capital project, this is the plan, for 5 years, but it's all under the same SAD, then we would have to make sure that a certain amount goes to, well, if we put in the language, right?
Well, that's the, I think what I hear Mike saying is, we don't want to be overly prescriptive with the ballot language, and we don't want to be misleading to voters, right?
Correct.
We want to create accountability for ourselves.
All that the statute requires for purposes of ballot language is, and this is the language from the statute. The question of raising money by special assessment may be submitted to the electors of the township at a general election or special election called for that purpose by the township board or township boards, because it allows 2 township boards to do it jointly if they choose to. So the language that I actually drafted for our client that's going to have this in May is just that language. Do you want to defer the cost by special assessment? And then if the vote is yes on that, then you actually have to go through, form the district, determine what that levy is going to be, what the term of that district's going to be, and that has to conform as nearly as practicable to Act 188 for process purposes.
For process purposes, but we don't have to have the specifics laid out in the same way as you would with 188. SAD.
No, there's no plans and estimates of costs, although you will have that in terms of the budget for the fire department. That will be your estimate of costs.
So each year, in a sense, you're held accountable on an ongoing basis with an opportunity to sort of update as events occur and circumstances change.
Right, but I will just say, I would not support doing this without putting a question, personally, I would not support putting forth this without taking it to the voters and saying, do you want to be taxed up to X? Because if we don't.
Not a tax.
Right, thank you. Assessed up to X. Because if we don't, PA 33 allows us at the board level through a public hearing and board action only to assess up to an additional, is it 10 mils, Mike?
So it's kind of a funny arrangement. Yet the answer is yes. And so it allows the board to appropriate up to 10 mils on its taxable value for the purpose of purchasing police, fire, motor vehicles, apparatus, equipment, and housing, and ambulance service. That appropriation comes from the budget approval, and then you can defer that appropriation by the special assessment. So in essence, you could spend up to 10 mils of taxable value for these purposes and defer that expense by a special assessment up to 10 mils.
Right. And so what I'm saying is I'm not going to do that to residents.
It creates a mechanism, but then how much you put into the mechanism would be determined by the budget.
Right, and it'll be annual, and I don't think that that's enough scrutiny when we're actually talking about increasing the burden of people, and that's what we decided in, I think, 2008 and 2019 that we wanted to take this PA 33, and I know we didn't do it quite right, but the PA 33 fire question to voters to say, we would, right now it is, we will assess up to 1.35.
Trustee Reiser.
And you know, you're entitled to have that opinion. I don't know what approach I want to take. I might be open to a PA 33 and a PA 33 with a robust public hearing and robust discourse where we get feedback, where people flood this hall and they tell us don't do it or to do it. There's more than, obviously the ballot box is a great way to get things, but this is here for a reason, and other municipalities use this as an option, and I don't think we should foreclose it necessarily, not that you are.
No, I was just saying it was the committee recommendation.
To us who decide.
And it is us who decide, and I am saying I will not go forth if we're not putting this question to the voters.
Yes, what I'm hearing is that you really want the input of the people, and I agree with that. You know, so, and what Mike is saying is this is just a question for the special assessment district, not the special assessment district. Is that on the ballot language, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's the question, it's just asking the question of deferring the cost by special assessment.
And if that passes, then we can move forward with the Public Act 33 and the special assessment process.
But Mike, isn't it also possible to put the question you're suggesting to voters with a cap?
Yeah, again, yeah. I'm not sure why you would do that. So let me give you an example. I don't know of any municipality anywhere that is even approached 5 mils for this, right? Because one, you have to pay it too, unless you're tax exempt, right? And two, you have to meet your budgeted expenses. So if you are, say, levying 5 mils against taxable value, that's what, roughly $5 million, give or take. And so if you are running the department on $5 million of revenue, then you've got to show those expenses. So where is that money going? And that's all part of this process, not just one time, but every single year. You've got to send out notice, hold a public hearing, go through the budgeting process and say, okay, this is that this year we want the Cadillac of services. So your millage is going to be, your assessment's going to be X. Or no, we can cut costs here, and so we can actually lower your millage this year. Or we had an increase in taxable value over the past 2 years. We collected more revenue than we thought. We have more revenue to meet those expenses, so we can lower your assessment on a going forward basis.
I agree, Mike, and I understand all of that. I'm just saying that to be honest about what we need to meet our fire services, step 3 was at 4.25. Okay, and so going from 1.35 to 4.25, I want to be very clear with the voters about what the question is, about what the need is going to be, because that's significant. And frankly, I wouldn't want to give us the latitude to go, far beyond that.
Trustee Carey.
Well, oh, I'm sorry. Happy, go ahead. I've already had.
I didn't see you.
Mike, I think I asked you this question before. If we chose to go this route with PA 33, in terms of the resolution language, we could omit the reference to ambulance and police services and just put fire, of course, in the resolution. And that's correct, right?
Are you talking, I'm sorry, are you talking about the ballot language, or are you talking about when you actually form the district?
I guess I'm talking about both.
Yeah, the act specifically says that the powers granted by this act with respect to police and fire protection may be exercised with respect to police protection alone, fire protection alone, or police and fire protection in combination, which is why I don't think that restriction anywhere in a resolution or a ballot question is necessary, unless you just don't trust yourselves.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that where it was coming from. It's not that I don't understand an attorney's advice saying, give yourself the most flexibility possible. I'm just talking about what's good policy and trying to be fiscally responsible, particularly because we administer our own fire department. And, the sheriff's department's a whole different contracted beast.
So Mike, could we have one of these for fire, one of these for police, and then God bless us, one of us for the ambulance service we're going to get in a few years?
Yeah, you could. Again, I'm not sure why you would. You folks,
because of the politics, the optics, and just because that might be the way to do it to get it done.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'll let you choose that, but it is a representative government. You are not exempt from this. So you would, in essence, be specially assessing yourselves for the same services.
We understand that, Mike.
Most people don't act against their self-interest.
So doing this now for fire is an option. Doing it in the future for public safety police would also be another option, as superfluous as it might be.
We could combine police and ambulance in the future if we wanted to.
Right.
That would be an option.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, the fire department and our growth, we need to just focus on one thing. Right now, we already have the only thing we've done
research on.
Yeah. I would feel more comfortable.
We have no data driving the others.
Mike, I think a lot of what this comes down to, I don't know if it's necessarily political. I think it's more, I don't want to say emotional, but the fire department's ours, right? They're our own peeps, if you will. They're right next door to us. We formed it, whereas everything is somewhat third party, if you will. So I think that's why there's probably the separation that we like to see, is just for that reason, for no other.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's a policy choice. It's not a legal one.
Yeah.
As Mr. Reiser said, you could have 3 special assessments for 3 purposes, and it's permitted under the act.
So Mike, a question. if we were to go forward with, say, place on the ballot, the kind of question that the way you formulated it for the other community, where it's sort of, shall the township use Act 33 to fund public safety services, and leave it undefined, unrestricted in terms of what those services are. Could we then choose to only use it for fire, but later choose to use it for police?
Yes.
So we could put the question sort of broadly and decide not to activate it up front, maybe in the first year or whatever, but later on, maybe, later in the course of the SAD, another board, none of us on it, would say, oh, you know what? We really have a need for police. Luckily, we have Act 33. We can use that. We can set the budget, and we can have a public hearing, and we can get the input to confirm that that's what the township wants, and we can fund police with it.
Yeah, so the ballot language that I drafted is broad, right? I mean, it says, shall Scio Township establish a township-wide special assessment district to defray the cost of providing emergency services, including fire protection, pursuant to Act 33 of 1951. That would give you, depending, let's suppose you establish a special assessment term of 20 years. That would give you the flexibility over that 20-year period to either use that money solely for fire protection or fire protection and police protection, or fire and police and ambulance, but it doesn't require you to do it.
And I just want to remind us, the committee recommendation along with the union endorsement was that the proposed ballot language should be dedicated for fire only, not for public safety millage. Committee believes police and fire funding should stand on their own with individual justifications to the township board and citizens. So yes, of course, Will, we can make our own decisions. We can go against the experts. We can set aside all basis and accountability. But what I'm saying is, what the working group gave us was this recommendation. If we want to go with a different recommendation, then there needs to be some data supporting it.
Yeah, we've had extensive study by this working group. They spent weeks on it. They analyzed a lot of data. We have their information now. This is the issue that we're dealing with right now. It makes sense to move forward on this issue at this time, given the recommendations of the committee, the study that has occurred, the dialogue that's occurred here at the board table. In terms of police services, we only touched on the surface. We need to have a lot more information, discussion, study. We haven't done any of that.
I'd be prepared to offer a motion.
Well, I'm not sure we're ready for a motion. I think we are still having some discussion. Trustee Carey.
Well, and I like, Mike, what you just said is you would be taxing yourself. And our committee, we appointed them for a task, and they met. I sat in on many of those meetings, Zoom, to listen to them, and they did a really good job. And they're looking out for the best of the township as well, because they would be taxing themselves, just like they would be taxing us, they'd be taxing the voters. So I'm going to, and right now I feel like, we're starting to create a better foundation for our township. It's grown, we've all grown. And so right now we have this opportunity to take what they've created, however we, decide, and to use that kind of as a case study for anything else that we do under Public Act 33, police, ambulance, or whatever.
Well, I think you got to back off fire for now, because it's going to turn into more of a
fire or
police for now, because it's going to turn into another. It's going to be too much animosity. Let's focus on fire, and then we'll revisit police after it's better researched. That's just my gut feeling. Let's get the put the fire to bed, deal with that, however we're gonna do it.
Get the fire out.
Yeah. So let's deal with them.
Okay, so
what are the next steps if it's to be fire?
I haven't made a lot of comments about
Sorry.
this. I've been listening to what other people have been saying. I've been hearing what Mike said.
Supervisor Hathaway.
Pardon?
Supervisor Hathaway.
Thank you. So I hear what people are saying, and I responded to this on January 17th too, that people want to do these two things separately and put the questions forward separately or the proposals separately. And I get it. To me, it makes sense to do it as one Act 33 tool for the township to use going forward. I think that gives the township the most flexibility. I think part of the problem, the way that the township has structured these kinds of revenue measures in the past, is that it has tried too hard to sort of box it up and sort of limit it. And that's gotten us into trouble. I think in 2019, there was concern. I wasn't on the board then, obviously, but there was concern that the voters would balk at something more than 1.35 mils. But there was also an awareness that that was not adequate. That was not enough. But instead of putting something forward that would be enough, that was what was put forward. And now we're dealing with that problem just a few years later. I think the wisest way for the township to proceed is to put something forward that gives us more flexibility to respond to changing circumstances. We can't plan and anticipate all the way out, 10 years into the future. I mean, you're looking at the road SAD is another good example. The township put a lot of effort into that plan and that list of road projects, but then further down the road, I mean, no pun intended, things changed. There were other circumstances. Within 2 years, there was a development with a paving plan that changed the circumstances, but now we're sort of boxed in. So I think in general, I would advise against limiting ourselves unnecessarily, but I sense where the group is. So I would support putting forward an Act 33 proposal for fire services, but I don't think there's a need to sort of do this kind of elaborate tie barring of stuff. We can put forward a proposal for a fire fund SAD or whatever it's called, Act 33 measure that we would then execute as it's supposed to be, with a public hearing on a budget that's developed with a lot of thought by our very capable fire chief and soon to be hopefully assistant chief each year. And we would vet that budget and we would have a chance for public input. And I think that's the way to go.
Okay, but without that, then we're just gonna say, okay, we're gonna do Public Act 33, 10 mils. I mean, 10 mils is there.
No.
Yeah, that if we just say without.
No, that's the limit.
That's the
Each
limit.
year.
Exactly, but then it gives us that.
Hold on,
Okay.
to Will's comment, I think and what you're saying and what Jessica's saying, I think the way this works in unison is I like ideas of well planned. However, we need to make sure that the residents are abreast of everything that's happened along the way, right? We're making sure we're pulling everybody along, right? Getting buy-in and consensus as we move along. Like, hey, we see this is the new budget. This is gonna be the new cost. What does everybody think, right? And as long as everybody's participatory and knows, so there's no shockers, I think that's perfectly acceptable because we all said, yep, we'll do it. And now we have that mechanism in place. We're not going back to a millage. That does make sense.
Okay, but you do understand that at a public hearing, let's say, we just keep it at, so what the committee was saying is have this 3.65.
So the 4.25, the cap would go to the voters. Of course, there'd be the annual process.
Yeah, it's every year. There's a review. There's a budget review.
But without that, then there's no.
But without
cap.
the cap,
there's no. We can say, oh, this year we're going to do everything. We're going to tax you 10 mils.
Yeah. Well, as Mike alluded to, we're not going to do anything that would be, bad to ourselves, right? There's some level of self-preservation. Why would we do that?
We haven't been
involved. Right, but I think also, okay, so I would offer a motion to direct interim manager Thompson, Fire Chief Hood, and Clerk Flintoff to work with township attorneys to develop the proposed legislation to call for a special election for November 7th, 2023, and to place ballot proposal or proposals, whatever, to enact the recommendations of the Fire Services Guidance Committee using PA 33.
You were on the committee, fire committee.
I was, and I will be the one writing resolutions for the special election.
I'm concerned about the wording of that motion because it refers to the recommendations.
No, I know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been made by Flintoff, support by Noel. I'm concerned about the language of that motion because it refers to the recommendations of the committee. And I think the recommendations of the committee were not fully formed. I think part of the reason that they came to, well, maybe that's not the diplomatic way of putting it, but the way that the board talked about it on January 17th was, let's get this to the township administrator, manager, and get back a recommendation for how to do this that doesn't make the mistakes of the past. And I think,
and we're still waiting for that.
Well, what we've got from the committee is something that in a way replicates the mistakes of the past, because it's just a second, because they merged together a millage and an assessment, I think, and they also boxed us in.
That's all your perspective.
So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So to enact the recommendations, they recommended specific ballots and specific, I want to enact.
They didn't.
Well, they have proposed.
So it's a 9-page report, and they very clearly explain up to step 3, an idea that 2 questions would be tie barred. Now, it doesn't mean it has to be 2 questions. We'll leave it to the attorney about how the ballot, but it does say 1, it'll go to the ballot. It'll be November 2023. And it describes all of what we might want to do with the funding, understanding that there'll be the annual review. So we can make it more specific, John. I just didn't want to inadvertently leave anything out, because they didn't come down to the point where they said, here's the ballot language.
Mike?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the 10 mills, so we have.
Well, can I stop you?
No,
on just that point. When you say they didn't come up with the ballot language, I'm looking at ballot language that somebody drafted, and it conflates both an extra voted millage and a PA 33 special.
And again, Mike, I don't know who sent you what. What are you looking at?
So this
you can read it out loud.
Yeah, it says, as a replacement of the existing 1.35 mills previously authorized for the fire protection and related department emergency medical services purposes expiring in 2028, shall the limitation on the amount of taxes which may be authorized under the Police and Fire Protection Act, being PA 33 of 1951, imposed on taxable property within the Township of Scio, County of Washtenaw, Michigan, be increased in amount not to exceed blank mills, blank dollar. Yeah.
May I stop you there?
Yeah.
That did not come from this board, from the committee. I'm looking at the fire chief, Brian Yapel. I'm looking at our interim manager. That was not produced. I don't know where that came from. It could have been, we had so many people working on things, but again, that page, there are 9 pages. The committee never, that's why I kept asking, and Jim Fink as well, Mike. I kept asking, like, what do our dear attorneys keep tripping over here? Because we never gave them draft language. So there's bullet points here of what we want to do. Maybe there was draft language, somebody was playing with it. It never came out of the committee.
I don't know. All I'm saying is whoever drafted this language has conflated both an extra voter millage and a special assessment with
and I fully trust you on that.
How they're going to fund
telling you that question did not come from Scio Township.
Well, it did.
Well, who gave that to you, Mike?
I'd have to look back and see.
Okay, could you let us know, please?
Yeah.
Let's get back to that. So under the Public Act 33, you were talking about 10 mills.
I know.
So we already talked about fire. We could have fire or police or ambulance or all three. So that 10 mills is for all of them. We can have 10 mills for police, 10 mills for fire, 10 mills for ambulance.
Correct. I mean, as I read the statute, you can, well, I shouldn't say that. You could theoretically, I mean, to the extent that the act says that you can exercise all of the power under the act for one or both, fire or police, and later in the statute refers to ambulance, then I suppose you could construe that to say it's 10 mills for fire protection and 10 mills for police protection. So if you look at, it's actually 41.801 subparagraph 1.
I know, I'm trying to get that.
And in that section, it says, after December 31st, 1998, the appropriation for police motor vehicle apparatus, equipment, and housing in a one-year period must not exceed 10 mills of the taxable value of the area in the respective township for which police protection is to be furnished. There's a similar provision for fire and motor vehicles and the 10 mills as well. So it is 10 mills as to each of those. Now, having said that, you could not assess 10 mills. Let's say, for example, what's 10 mills produce in terms of revenue in the township based on your taxable value, roughly?
Mill is about $1 million, as I recall.
Yeah, about 10 million.
Okay, so 10 million. 16. And let's suppose you're
or 16 million. Actually, yeah, 16 million, Mike.
Okay, so let's suppose you assess 10 mills for fire and you produce revenue of $16 million and your expenses to provide the services are $5 million. What's going to happen is when you have that public hearing and you say, yeah, we're assessing 10 mills, somebody's going to appeal that to the tax tribunal and say, why am I getting assessed 10 mills when the service only costs 5?
Of course.
Now it's disproportionate to the benefit conferred, and you ought to set aside that assessment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, what I was thinking before, if it was just 10 mills for all three services, then we could, for fire, say 5, I don't know. But for a ballot question regarding just the special assessment district itself, could we have specifics as far as how much we planned on let's say just 5 mills?
I know that.
Could we, I think that's where we're getting caught up with, because we also don't want it to sound like a millage, because it's not.
Okay.
Wait,
right?
Let Mike respond.
Oh, sorry.
So if I understand you, you're asking whether or not you can limit your authority to levy that millage as a special assessment under Act 33 as part of the ballot question.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, I think the answer is yes, you could. So for example, could you say, shall Scio Township defer the cost of providing fire service and levy no more than 5 mills pursuant to Act 33? Yeah, I think you could limit yourself.
Okay.
Now the question is, like, if you did it long term, if you had a district of 20 years, you're going to be tied to that limitation for 20 years.
Right.
No matter what else you do, you're going to be tied to that.
And how long was the plan? Was it, I know the capital part was 15.
We estimated 8 years to get to step 3.
Well, no, so you plan on 8-year SAT?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it didn't get as specific as a SAT, but yes, an 8-year effort, 8 years of funding.
8-year funding scheme.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
what
right.
was the amount?
Up to that, it would get up to a maximum of 4.25.
I'll tell you right now, we won't get voter approval. You've got to do a really good explanation.
Yes.
I agree, and
It's a
that,
lot of money, especially this day when
It
right
is.
now, things are.
And we
it's
wouldn't be collecting
less than
all
half
of
of
that
10.
every year. It would, that's where the budget comes in. So it is different, where if it was a millage, we would have to collect that amount every year, subject to the Headley rollback.
See, we already are running in the red with 1.35. So that 5 or 4 point whatever, it sounds like a lot, but
we're not, but we're not currently running in the red in the fire department. I'm just saying we don't have an operating deficit and we haven't, just to be clear.
Well, it sounds like there's more work to do on this.
So
We're not gonna figure it out today.
I wonder if I could make a suggestion. John pointed out a way of hopefully narrowing enough. We can narrow more.
The recommendations, one we just did already with the 1.425, and the other is a budgeting, so.
I know,
You want to
I was suggesting
to
common
accomplish the
sense.
goals that they set forth. I'm not,
So
how we bake this cake might be different than what they recommended we do to get there.
absolutely, but the objectives, I think, are set forth in committee. The committee has, 8 recommendations, okay? Now, this would be implementing recommendations 2 and 3. Those are the recommendations that talk to the approximate 8 years needed to get the
But
operating
they also
and the
talk about
capital.
separate millages. I don't want to be bound to
This
separate millages.
doesn't, yeah, okay. Oh, I agree.
Yeah, if it
So-
was.
So let me try this, okay? All right.
I don't want to tie Omie's hands or Fig's hands or your hands that we
Listen.
do.
Let me try this again.
Okay.
A motion to direct, Kathy, is it okay? Withdraw, revise, whatever we're
fine, I'm
doing.
listening, go.
Motion to direct interim manager Thompson, Fire Chief Hood, and Clerk Flintoff to work with the township attorney to develop proposed legislation to call for a special election for November 7th, 2023, and place ballot proposal or proposals on ballot proposal or proposals to enact recommendations number 2 and 3 of the Fire Services Guidance Committee using PA 33. Recommendations 2 and 3 talk about pursuing a millage rate increase to allow for the eventual implementation of step 3 as needed to be the final service delivery model of the township. It goes on and kind of describes that. The initial capital improvements through bond issuance with a dedicated capital millage. I think what we can say here, and I put proposal or proposals.
Okay.
I think that what I want to make clear is, it may be 1 question or 2 questions we would defer.
To Omie and.
To the attorney, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's too wide open. Right away, they're gonna say, "Ooh."
But we're not done. We have to refine it.
Yeah.
And
And I'm saying like.
Yeah,
this-
she's not
this-
saying that language. She's saying, she's just.
No.
we
You
get
guys,
fine
this is
tune
where
the
we
language.
left off January 17th. And so I'm just saying, but what we would refine it is we would be giving the directive to use PA 33.
Rather than a millage.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I heard the word millage in the recommendation.
So again, you guys, this is a working committee. I don't know who sent Mike what. There was never any proposed ballot.
No,
language.
it was millage. You don't say millage in your thing. You say ballot proposal.
Correct.
Well,
I am
but
saying
the quote that you made of the report said millage when you were
It-
giving the specifics.
It does, the committee recommendations, because the committee never said, we're just saying the rate, the increased
Okay,
rate,
okay.
okay? It's not about,
It's good.
it was not a legal meeting, so
Yeah.
let me read it one more time. Motion to direct interim manager Thompson, Fire Chief Hood, and Clerk Flintoff to work with township attorney to develop proposed legislation to call for a special election for November 7th, 2023, and place ballot proposals to enact recommendations number 2 and 3 of Fire Services Guidance Committee using PA 33.
Seconding?
Yes.
Okay, so motion by Flintoff, support by Noel. I just want to clarify. So this is to you, the three of you would work with Mike Homier and
township attorney, whoever Mark decides.
Okay, so whomever the manager decides that you would work with, just to be clear, you would then bring back the proposal for the board to approve. But the goal would be to have a but the goal would be to have legislation that would accomplish those items from the committee's report, the things that they want to do.
And call for the election.
And call for the election.
So, correct. Just, so Attorney Fink and Homier?
It'll be up to Mark.
Oh, it's up to Mark. Okay, okay.
I just said township attorney. I just said township
Legal
attorney.
counsel.
Manager's call.
Sorry.
Say legal counsel, you keep it real open.
Chief, is there anybody else you need, or is that good? Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion.
We have a second. Is there further discussion? Please call the roll.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Amazingly unanimously.
So let's move on.
We had a couple.
Let's move on because we've got people waiting for this next agenda item. Although I'm sure they were interested in the prior discussion item as well. I'd like to welcome our fire chief and the candidate to serve as the assistant fire chief.
Good evening, board. Thank you. You got a couple documents in your packet tonight. We've drafted a conditional offer for Mr. Sears as well as his resume. I'd like to take about 2 minutes and talk about how we got here and why. So about a year and a half ago, we developed a fire inspection program for the community. Probably 15 years ago, before we started this, is the last time we did inspections in the community. And business owners did what business owners do. They run businesses. They didn't have a fire department, and they're talking to them about fire safety and such. So as a result, fire code compliance kind of went down a little bit. We recognize that, and this is an attempt to address it. A year and a half ago, Assistant Chief Doug Armstrong was appointed to that position, and he worked to develop the program to where it is today. Doug's done a wonderful job, but as you all know, he's left us for Dexter Fire Department as our fire chief. When he gave notice, we began the process of looking for a replacement. We looked inside the department. No candidates within the department wanted the position, so we opened up the process to outside. We solicited resumes locally and throughout a multi-regional area, Southeastern Michigan Fire Chiefs Association, Great Lakes regions. We had candidates from outside the state, within the state, and we received 12 resumes and applications. From that, a committee of interim manager, our fire department administrative assistant, and myself worked to review the resumes. From there, we selected a number to interview. We scheduled 5 for interviews. One person that in the time we scheduled had taken another position. From there, we tried to emulate what Assistant Chief Armstrong had done. He tried to partner with our businesses in the community to help them understand why fire code compliance is important. And I think that was extremely important. And that was one of the things we look for in our candidate here. Mr. Sears, currently a captain in the Saline Area Fire Department, has experience in fire inspection, plans review, command experience. He is known to a couple members of the department here. I've come to know him over this process, but I think Mr. Sears is going to be a great face for our department. Included in that contingent offer of employment, we have to do this before we can actually start our background investigation, physical exam, drug screening, all those things we run our new employees through. With your authorization tonight, I'd like to request that you offer this job to Mr. Sears contingent on these contingencies within the document I gave you. With that, if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them as with Mr. Sears.
We're just really excited about you. I'm excited to support this motion tonight. I know that the chief did a really great process with Mark's help, and we're really excited about the fire prevention program. The chief is really excited to continue to have a strong second in command. And we just are excited about the possibility of having you as part of our team.
Thank you. Excited to be part of it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Briseau, support by Palmer. The motion, I'll read it, is to make a conditional offer of employment to Brandon Sears for the position of Assistant Chief / Fire Marshal at a rate of $96,052.37, salary with paid overtime existing rate of pay for position with authorized COLA effective 4/1/23, along with all other terms and conditions in effect in the Scio Township Personnel Policy effective April 1, 2023. Unless there is further discussion, please call the roll.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Briseau?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Welcome.
All right, welcome, yay.
There should be so much sense in it. That's what I'm
I
trying to
know.
Almost laughed.
Yeah.
I have one new business when you get it.
Well, we have one item that was moved
Yeah.
to this section,
Yeah,
and that is
G3.
G3. And that
GCSI.
is,
Yeah.
congratulations.
All right.
So this is the contract renewal for GCSI, and this is a renewal of a contract for an organization that the township has worked with for many, many years. And the contract includes a slight increase. It also has been modified by after review by the township attorney. In fact, I think Mike's signed off, but Mike was the one who reviewed the contract. And so it's tightened up a little bit over the prior contract. But Trustee Carey, you asked to pull this from the consent agenda, so why don't you state your concerns or your questions?
Well, I don't really know. I know it's a they're lobbyists or whatever they're called. I don't know. And we get a ton of emails from them, and I don't read all of them. I open up and read the titles. But when I saw the amount of money they charge us per month is a little under $4,000.
Yeah.
And why? For all the emails? I mean, what do they do for us?
Yeah,
Yes, what's the benefit?
What's the benefit?
And I want to say too, we have used them for a number of years. There was a period of time where I think we stopped using them, before you were on board, like where we put a pause on them and then started using them more. My concern, I don't have a sense of their quality, about if they're a better or worse lobbying firm. I will say it's a significant cost. And what I do want to talk about here is how we can use them more effectively if we continue.
Actually, let me ask you one question if I can. Because Jessica, it sounds like you've got insight into this. I think it's exactly where you're headed. Tell me 3 things they've done at measurable assets that we've gotten from these folks. I mean,
so what I want to say is how we've used them over the last year is Will has had meetings with them and has represented the township's policy priorities to them. And Will can talk about them because there is some, gains that the township has had. My concern is, we don't have a written legislative policy. We don't have written policy priorities. My concern is if we're going to continue with a lobbyist, we need to have some process here, some more representation of what the township's policy priorities are, rather than just have one person talking to them.
But again, I haven't heard.
I don't know, and isn't that terrible?
Do we have
I should be able to answer.
No, that's okay that you can't. That's
I'm
fair.
the clerk. I've been here almost 4 years, and I can't tell you.
So we don't spend the money. If we don't spend $48,000 per year.
30 is not that much.
No, he says 4,000 a month, right?
Well, it's a little under. What is the amount? It's like 3,000.
It'd be 38,250 a year.
Okay, so 42 and change.
Nearly 40,000.
By statute, do we have to have?
No, we don't. It's not a statutory requirement.
No. Okay.
a piece of information.
Okay, no, go ahead, Donna,
Well,
You were
wait a second.
talking-
I think, Kathy,
He's the supervisor.
I think Trustee Noel was first and then
Yes,
Treasurer
I did.
Palmer.
Okay, sorry.
I can say in the past, with other boards, GCSI has been very helpful. They've come to board meetings periodically, maybe 4 times a year, updated us on current events and legislation, current trends, current issues. I have found their input to be extremely beneficial. Now, can we measure it out? I don't know about that.
But that was several years ago.
It was before the internet, right?
Trustee Noel.
I've never seen them. I've never seen them at a.
Not everyone at once. Trustee Noel, please. Continue.
Okay, so I see benefit in continuing with them. I think they do offer a valuable service.
What have they done the last few years?
Whoa. Treasurer Palmer, if Trustee Noel is finished. Treasurer Palmer.
I only wanted to tell the board that MTA has legal services. Now, they will tell you if you have a point that, first of all, 2 issues here. Legal services, if you call to ask them advice, they'll tell you, but also will say you need to talk to your attorney. That's a separate issue, I understand. But which one? I don't know. We have a choice, aren't we lucky?
The township's attorney.
But I agree with Kathy. They have helped us through, and you're going to ask me the same question. What? There's been times when I've been glad they've been on board because they work specifically for the townships. They work for us. It's what they do to lobby. We can't be up in Lansing talking to everybody when we want their vote. That's what they do.
Well, are there other firms that do that? Have we ever worked with other firms?
Nope.
Do we? Okay.
Nope, we got them because.
Well, so we did have a conversation about this with the Township Attorney Fink. He was, I feel awkward sort of speaking for him, but the sense I had from that conversation is that he felt that we were working with a good firm. The benefit, I think that's most measurable in the last 2 years is that GCSI was directly involved in getting the MEDC enhancement grants totaling $3.2 million for various projects, mostly for the Z Road pathway. And I think says it's like, look, that's why the retainer's there. You can get, as much value out of us as you can. You just have to, work with us, come to us with things that you want us to do, and we'll work on it for you. Another example is something that Trustee Noel and I have been working on. We were doing the well testing program for the Gelman dioxane. And with each round of test results, we would put out press releases, and GCSI helped us to get those press releases distributed to their network of people. So,
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so and in the past, before I served on the board, I know that GCSI was more involved on the Gelman issue. I think I don't know that this is what you're referring to, but I think the township decided to back off of using GCSI because it decided to go more into the litigation instead of the lobbying. But GCSI was involved when we were trying to get the state to take action to bring the EPA back in. So this is kind of getting into the weeds of that whole issue, but they have helped us on other matters.
Okay, so I just one comment if I may. So I mean, we've got the same thing in my world. We have a thing called Gartner. You pay them a bunch of money, kind of a consulting firm, same kind of deal. And it's up to you whether you leverage them and get ROI out of them or not. So the thing I'm not hearing, so maybe they are a net asset, but I guess my question would be, all right, who's managing that asset? Right. What goals we set for those folks? What's the litany of things that we're going to get out of them this year? And who do I hold responsible for that?
And that's what we haven't had, which has been my feeling of not feeling like we're getting a return, and I'm not certain that I would continue supporting this unless we had priorities and knew we were getting out. I mean, look at all of the legislative things, and in all fairness, and thank you to Lizinski for that funding, but let's talk about that for a moment. One, she lives in Scio Township. I would hope across the 7 of us, in a time where there's the revenue coming into Michigan, that we would be able to get an earmark from our local representative. I'm just saying that is something I don't know that we need a lobbyist for. Second of all, we need to set priorities. When you look at these MEDC grants, just rewind to 2 weeks ago, suddenly we're voting 4-3 split contentious vote on a binding contract with MEDC for one of these earmarks that was negotiated, started via GCSI. So I'm saying this is the beginning of that process. I don't want to be at the end again where we've got a binding contract where we're arguing over a scope of work of if it includes Park Road or not. That's all because we don't have stated shared priorities. And I'm not saying we're gonna suddenly develop that document right now, but if we're gonna continue working with a lobbying firm, we need to have a more representative way of working with them.
Yeah. Trustee Reiser, I saw you trying to get space.
This firm is a hallowed firm. It's a big firm started by Gary O and Kurt Profit. They're big deal in Lansing. They've got people with R's behind their name and D's behind their name, and they're one of the big players.
What are the R's and the D's?
Republicans and Democrats for lobbying different people.
I thought they were degrees. I was like,
no. These guys know their way around Lansing, and they're heavy hitters in lobbying. I am too new on this board to know, and I will defer to Kathy and I'll defer to Donna about the experience that they've brought this board. And if you say they're good and they add value, then I'm going to kind of defer to that. I don't know if there's somebody else out there. I know Ann Arbor used GCSI for a long time. I know the county uses GCSI. I know Ypsi Township uses GCSI. I know a lot of municipalities use them. Now, if we're not doing what we could be doing as a board, as a township to get value added, that's not on their shoulders, but ours. I know maybe we need to have a lobbying committee. I don't know what our collective values and priorities are. Is it more local funding? Is it road funding? Is it sustainable and green energy? Is it affordable housing? Is it gun legislation that's coming down the pike? There's lots of things that are percolating, and I don't know what we feel is important and what we want to have someone use. So whether we have a lobbyist at all is one question. Whether we have this lobbyist, if we're going to have a lobbyist, this is a good one to have. Whether it's a good price or not, I don't know. If Fink was involved on the negotiation and the contracts, and I don't know. I don't want to talk too much in a public forum about how all that went. But so GCSI is a good firm to the extent we should have one. So I appreciate the questions because I've had them myself. Why do we have a lobbyist? Do we need a lobbyist? Do we get value added? And I appreciate Donna and Kathy's perspective on that.
I just don't know if we're ready. I feel like maybe we'd be more ready to have a lobbyist in 6 months, 1 year, sometime when we have a little more organizational development. I'm just saying, I don't feel like we're utilizing this enough to justify the cost. And it's just sort of like, we're going through the budget to the recycling program we've been saying we're going to do for 2 years. We're not doing it right now. We just don't have the capacity. It's okay. Maybe we don't have the capacity to do this right now.
Trustee Brazeau, it seemed like you had something to say.
these are the same exact struggles we went through with consultants, right? And the only way we finally squeezed the juice out of the orange, I think what everyone's saying here is correct, by the way. All of you are right. And the only way we found out we actually got an ROI is when we assigned one person to it. They got collective information, feedback from everyone collectively, but I held one person accountable and said, all right, you need to go get this litany of tasks done with this consulting firm. And from that, we'll measure your results. And if we do that, it's great to have that consulting firm because they're not gonna sit there and call you, right? They're gonna take your check every month, but they're kind of there, they're passive, they're not proactive.
Actually, they are. They do reach out. They reached out and said,
really?
yeah.
Okay, well,
yeah, they reached out and said, are there capital improvement projects that,
Nobody knows about.
But we never, I mean, so I guess what I'd suggest is, I think that if this, I hear you, and it's gotta be more collective. It's gotta be more representative. I mean, I would say, you could, this board could say, appoint Kathy, a believer, and Jessica, a skeptic, two people who have policy experience, broad range, to be the point people for GCSI. And let's see if we can, get value out of it. And
how about the supervisor and trustee Noel instead of always picking the clerk?
Well, I'm picking myself because I'm a policy wonk. I know how this stuff works. I'm committed to being representative, across the
I have a graduate
departments.
degree in public policy. How about me?
Okay, this is, no, I'm just.
How about you two work together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Great idea.
Yeah.
That is an awesome idea.
So can we back up just a little bit?
No, but what I'm saying is, I mean, if you really wanted to, but I need to, say part of what's happened here is the point person has been willed and priorities have not been brought to the table.
Oh, well.
And you need, and the board needs to be real about that.
Okay, but, well, wait a minute, no. Okay, excuse me, but Mark had a.
Well, if I want to table something, I can table it.
I'm gonna table you in a second. Okay, so Mark, you just said that your company, this is kind of what your company went through, but you gave one point person a list, or that you had a list, but you had to come up with that list in order to give the person. We don't have that list.
That's right.
And I want to see a list. I want to get, as much as possible for our money and also for our residents in our community.
So let's develop a list.
Okay, so you two develop a list. I want to challenge you to work together on this.
This is not worth it for me to work together with Will. I'm sorry, but I'm just being honest. I have to pick my battles. There's some things that are necessary. This is not necessary.
You two could work on a list of priorities.
I can work with everybody. I can work with I can get you a representative list, but it's just not.
So let's have Will and Kathy
Kathy
work together. I think Kathy's a good interim. Kathy's a very good balancer.
Interim?
Well, I mean, good, not interim, but good, interface. I'm sorry, interface is probably the best one. That's a wrong term, right? Good, connector to everybody, right?
Are you willing to, Kathy?
Yeah.
We work together well. All right, so let's then move forward with approving this with the understanding that Kathy and I will work together and we'll bring a list that will then be responded to and added to.
It's gonna be, my only other ask on that, Will, it's gotta be something that's measurable, right? It can't just be, I'm gonna get this thing. I don't wanna measure it on activity, I wanna measure it on accomplishment. Yeah. Right, so I did all these things. I don't care if you did all these things. What did we get out of it? What did Scio get out of it? Right?
Yeah, and
it's gotta equal more than $40,000.
And I heard the treasurer recommending also that we bring.
Have them come to.
Have them come.
Yes, we gotta get it coming to meetings again 4 times a year, and that'll help a lot.
Yeah, whatever you guys decide.
I don't ever remember.
Right.
So I would.
I remember it very clearly.
So shall this motion be approved? And that is the motion, yes, of approving the retainer agreement as reviewed by the township attorney for the extension of the contract with GCSI. Is there support?
Suggested amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion by Hathaway, support by Noel.
Motion to amend, comma, as budgeted in 101-101-823 for the current year, and to assign trustee Knoll and supervisor Hathaway responsible for representing township priorities.
And communicating with the board.
Oh, certainly, sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. That's a friendly amendment. All in favor? Say, well, actually, I'm sorry, this is a budget thing, so we have to have a roll call.
And I'm sorry, who was the first and second?
Hathaway and Knoll.
Okay, great.
The committee.
Okay, Carrie,
Yes.
Knoll,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brazeau.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and then trustee Riser, you had.
I have one final new business, and if I don't get a second, I know where I stand.
You're adding to the agenda?
Well, I think you want to make a motion.
Can I make a motion to form a committee?
You can make a motion
So-
at any time.
I move that the Scio Township Board of Trustees create a legal services committee to draft a policy regarding communicating with and engaging the services of Scio Township attorneys. The committee should address which attorneys and law firms shall have primary responsibility for specific subject matters, such as Gelman litigation, ordinance enforcement, labor and contract negotiations, bond counsel, land preservation, ordinance drafting, SAD/public act funding, the pending loss litigation, general counsel, tax appeals, and negligence lawsuits. How should, or to whom at a law firm should a request for legal services be made? How should trustees, officers, and staff request legal services? How can Scio Township avoid unnecessary legal costs? When should attorneys be invited to attend a board of trustee or committee meeting, and by whom? And how should the township manager and or board of trustee be kept informed of the outstanding legal requests?
I think it needs work, but I think it's a good start. But I think that needs work before we act on it.
I just want to get a committee going to bring something back.
Oh, I would
I'll
support
help
that.
you with it.
So are you making that motion?
I'm making that motion.
I second.
Oh, all right. Brazeau can second, that's
It's
fine.
fine,
Oh.
but
I'm not developing the policy. We develop the policy. I just.
No, but I don't think that scope is right. I think a lot of those are your questions that
Because
you don't know the answer to, that don't need a policy. And I think some of it is, I think your assumption that a designation by subject matter, I mean, it's just.
He just put a lot of points down. He wants basically the committee. He wants to get something going.
Well, no, he put
Do I
the purpose of
understand
the
it?
committee. He put specific purposes.
and I would reach out to others
is
about what their concerns with lawyers are.
I mean.
And this can wait.
I think it should, because
Okay.
I think you're on the right track.
I withdraw.
I think this needs, no, and I think you're totally on the right track. I just think that you're kind of like missing a couple big points and adding some stuff that doesn't need work on. I mean, the truth is, I think that, and what I'd be happy to do to help is, just share our list of attorneys, who works on what, how much we pay. And then the only place where there's been, and then the organization of workflow is important. The only time this has only been an issue since we brought on a second firm to be general counsel.
How about a legal committee or a committee to review our legal services, and then anything else that goes under that? Does it have
Chapter
to be?
11, I can wait on this. This is something that we need to address this, because we got people calling out to the attorney of their choice, and we keep Thompson in the dark on it.
Well, I think I think you say people, and that's an overgeneralization. We have one person doing that. Two.
3, have you talked to a lawyer?
No, I'm sorry, John. You're talking about the board assigned Mark Thompson to do something on January 17th. The supervisor started doing something else.
I'm not talking about that, Jessica.
Don't
This
accuse.
is bigger. This is bigger than
John,
issue.
Can I say something here?
Trustee, no, please.
I mean, we talked about coming back to this body with a recommendation. after we've had some time to work on it.
Okay.
And then let everyone have input into that recommendation.
So if we don't need their imprimatur to do that, then we'll
We don't
just
need
do
what?
it. Their imprimatur, permission, direction.
No, you guys can just work on it. if you
No, I mean,
wanna work.
Kathy already said she wanted to work on it. If you want to work on it too, you two talk and come back with something.
And we can consult with individuals too.
Yeah,
I would, along the way.
I mean,
Okay, I don't need it in writing to work on it. I can work on it.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like clarity as a new trustee.
I mean,
'cause I've been told
I am
different things.
So
concerned
I think we, oh, I'm
about
sorry,
what
I'm sorry, you're
happened.
still speaking, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And I think that I mean, my goal earlier was to get definition immediately with involving Mark on this initial contacting of an attorney for any request for work product from the attorney. It was inappropriate, in my opinion, for one board member to do it and another, and our manager was doing it different.
Right.
Need to be
And is there
together.
a policy that directs that? In the absence of a policy, people just do what they want.
John, in the absence of a policy, there was board direction on January 17th.
Through a resolution or a motion?
No, through a discussion,
Or
but
through
tonight.
winks and nods?
No, John,
You know what,
hold on.
this is
We just
devolving.
took a-
I think
we
it's
just
time
took
to
a
move to
motion
public
tonight.
comment.
We just took a motion tonight.
We're done with this.
That
Let's move on to
says
public
what we
comment.
expect to
Are there
happen
people
next,
here present who would like to comment during public comment? If so, you may approach the table and you have 3 minutes to make a public comment. And then we will turn to those who are participating remotely if they're still with us, and they will have a turn.
Kathleen Brannigan. Gee, it would be easier if I could just comment while you guys were discussing, but you don't let me do that. So I have to come back and remember. So regarding this GCSI, I have the same questions. What do they do for us? What are we paying for? I look at the contract and it's like, they don't have to do anything. Okay, that's just my own. But we've been paying them, and I will tell you as an attendee to these board meetings for the past 2 years, if the supervisor has been discussing this with them, he has never reported on it to anybody. Board members, audience, I don't know what he's doing. He never gives a report of the actions he is taking. So I would hope that you would recognize that somebody needs to be in charge of that. I agree with everything you guys are talking about, but you can't have a lone wolf doing what he wants to do, okay? Secondly, this whole thing about attorneys, this has been a problem for a while, and it's the same lone wolf. I know, John, you don't want to hear the dark side, because you said that, but it's the same lone wolf that has been directing an attorney to do things. And nobody knows what they're doing. He doesn't report it. He doesn't tell other board members. The public is outraged because it's doubled. We had a budget of 150 the year before, it went up to $300,000. Because of that man right now, right there. Here's an example. This is in the packet for the roads committee for tomorrow. Mr. Hathaway sends an email to Mike Homier. He said, we had a meeting and some questions were generated. Trustee Noel was there, Trustee Carey was there, and Mr. Homier, give us your legal opinion of these questions. Okay, so let's see. Not long after, within a half an hour, Trustee Carey sends out the next letter that says, my questions were not included in his list. So he doesn't This is devious. John, you don't want to hear it, but this is what has happened. No, you said it earlier. We don't want to go to the dark side. But this is the way things have been happening for the past 2 years. So I appreciate you guys are fixing it. I appreciate you're looking at the money. I love it. That's all fantastic. You're getting along better. But when the clerk says, I can't work with this man, I would say the same thing. David Reed said the same thing. Lots of people have said the same thing. Do you see anybody showing up at these meetings that defend him?
Kathleen, that's the darkness of which I speak, because we all have to work with the guy.
But you don't have to let him do whatever he bloody wants. You don't have to say, you can do the newsletter when he's not qualified, and neither is Murdy. You don't have to say, well, you can go and do the attorney thing just because he asked for it. Then it sounds to me like a boys club here. And the treasurer always votes with the boys club. Just my opinion. I'm out of time.
If I may respond,
sure.
I'm the guy that sponsors the motion to take away his job description. I'm the one that took off his fire funding thing. I'm the one that was part of giving Mary Gillis the editorship back. So
you are also the guy that said, Will, I've got your back.
And I hope to have everybody's here back.
Yeah, I never heard you say that to anybody else.
And if appropriate to say so, I'll do so.
It wasn't appropriate at the time you said it.
And I thought I had her back when I restored, when I thought I had Jessica's back when I restored permissions for the BSNA financial modules.
I don't think so. But then the next meeting, you went a different way.
Can we continue?
Yeah. So I appreciate your comment.
John, let's keep this going. John, I give you statistical evidence of what other like townships do. And you said, I don't want the evidence. I want that person to report. And it was statistically not a good decision.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? Please come up to the table.
Comment now. Hi, I'm Laura Hindle, Scio Township resident also. It's still pretty disturbing here. I'm not gonna get into, I'm not a dark side person. I'm more about a person that wants to get along with everybody and everybody get along and work things out, because then it doesn't, the township's not functioning. Some points that I do have with like GCSI, one of the principals of that firm is a Scio Township resident. So, I mean, I know there's things that they do. You guys just haven't probably been asking the correct questions. That's, I put the blame more on you all than them. So I think that's a real simple, answer. Just place a phone call and you're gonna get it, and you're gonna get, they are a very good firm. And, I don't have any need for lobbyists, but I do know Gary, and I do know that they're well respected. Regarding the fire department, I think with the discussions, I do think as a taxpayer, I highly recommend you guys bundling it with fire, police, and ambulance. Don't try to separate it. And I'm saying that from a voter point of view, that I think if you do that, then, when you come to and do one thing, and because you're gonna probably come back, and the voters are gonna know that, I say you put it all into one thing, have lots of meetings, because people want those services. And so it's something that they'll pay for. I don't think there's going to be that much outrage as long as you guys prove to the residents that, what's needed. And it's really pretty simple. I mean, because they want the basic services and they do want protection, and I think police protection, especially, it's kind of a drag when you call and it takes them an hour to get to you, or more, because and all the robbers know that there's only two here, possibly a third person. I don't know what else to say other than I wish this meeting was shorter.
Amen.
And
Aye for that.
yeah, and I think that there were some opportunities for that, and hopefully, you know, you guys can all just kind of continue to work together. I think you do have like a nice group kind of starting to mesh, and it's starting to kind of get there and work together. And this is somebody that comes in and comes out and hasn't been as involved as I was, because I swear this board gave me cancer. So I said, that's it, I'm not coming to it anymore. So, you know, I kind of watch and I hear and I read and all the rest. And I don't want you all to get cancer from coming in here. So, but no, I think you're on some good pathways, and just keep up the good work, and we appreciate it. And you know, so
It's good to see you.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, good to see you guys. Try to come back.
You want another comment?
So after sitting through the entire meeting tonight, there's a couple things that came to mind. Number one was when I sat with you all and actually bought you all lunch, if you remember, during that Saturday meeting that Trustee Brazeau had sort of quarterback, I guess we'll call it, and sort of organized to help everybody get more on the same page, work through some of the different issues that you all had as a group. It got really violent at times tonight between different people. It wasn't all just one-on-one. It was different people clashing with each other. I expect not all of you to agree at times, don't get me wrong, but we should at least be able to disagree and have some sort of decorum. And that really just didn't happen at times during this meeting. So I urge you to do better as a group collectively. I do think we need to do something about how the attorneys are utilized. Specifically, mostly your general counsel seems to be the biggest issue. I don't hear lots of different issues around our employment attorney seems to be fine. Our government attorney doesn't seem to be controversial. Our two different firms that we have for general counsel seem to be a clashing point between different parts of the board. Not just necessarily one-on-one even, it's just different parts of the board believe something. I mean, ultimately, I'd like to see Mr. Reiser, you come back and say, let's have this committee. Let's also figure out we should have a general counsel. We shouldn't.
I wanted to do that.
We shouldn't need two general counsel firms.
I didn't get the votes.
You know, but
you might in time.
Come back with it. Come back with it again, and come back with maybe something that's more narrow and you know, try and take one bite of the apple at a time instead of trying to devour the whole thing one bite.
Yeah, because I don't think the public wants you all having doubled the budget on, you know, attorney fees.
By
the way, when the budget comes out, I'm going to be looking at that. Just warning you. You know, I don't think we used all $300,000 this year, thankfully. I also think maybe we can experience some reductions and hopefully balance the budget a little bit, at least with that line item amongst some others. But thank you, everybody. Hopefully we have more, no, we can have disagreements, but hopefully we have more decorum. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Anyone would like to comment?
Yes, if you'd like to speak, raise your Zoom hand. First up, we have Paula G, followed by Jonathan Greenberg. Paula?
Yeah, I want to thank Mark Brazeau for working on the brownfield and the tax abatement. His experience is good. And I would like also for Michigan headquarters to work with that neighborhood. I'm not in that neighborhood. To make sure that they feel that they're adequately blocked, you know, because their homes are right there. But anyway, I appreciate that. And I don't want to see attorneys assigned as cherry picking by certain people on the board of trustees, no matter who that person may be. And I kind of agree with the lobbying thing, like you know, I don't really know what they've done. I didn't even know we had a lobbyist. And I'd like to see what they've actually have some type of way of saying that, you know, you're getting bang for our buck on the lobbyist thing. And I tend to go with millages. I just think that, you know, it's good that you can put a SAD on and have a public hearing, but I'm going to tell you, most people aren't staying up till 11 o'clock listening to all your special hearings or watching the DDA. They don't have time for it. So I tend to like things that are on a ballot where people are going to vote on it. But I do think, I personally think a little confrontation and maybe a little more heated discussion is an okay thing. I think things can come out of that. We don't all have to be, you know, politically correct or, you know, just to, I'm just saying, some little bit of discussion that gets a little more heated is a good thing at times. Anyway, that's been my experience on committees. Thank you so much for doing work. And I think we're making progress.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Next up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by David Reed. Jonathan? I'm sorry, first up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by David Reed. Jonathan?
Hey, how you doing, Jessica? Thank you for the time here. Thank you, Kathleen, for taking up at least 5 minutes. That means I can take up 5 minutes, and boy, am I gonna. No, first of all, 11 o'clock, come on. Don't you guys remember the 2 a.m. ones? This is nothing. I mean, this is when we take a break and get cookies before the next half. Anyhow, it has been a long one though, and I'll try to be a bit more brief than this. John, thank you for the proposal. I agree with Jessica that I think between the two of you could hone this into a sharp blade that would do the work that we need with regard to addressing our excessive expenses with regard to legal costs. So thank you for that. I really appreciate you bringing that forward. I didn't hear the whole meeting tonight. I was on a work assignment, so I didn't hear all the tone, but I did hear some of it. And, you know, just get over it. Please, please, folks, just let's push through some of this. The interrupting and cutting people off, especially towards the end there. I mean, you know, I don't want to always direct my comments towards Will, but I mean, Jessica was making a point. You cut her off and said, that's it, public comment time. I don't know. It didn't end the meeting well. Bad tone. There was one other thank you I had. Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't a thank you. I wanted to remind members of the public that they are not part of the audience and not to refer to themselves as such. Thanks, Kathleen. All right, guys, have a good night.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks. Next up is David Reed. David?
Thank you. This board has disappointed the residents of Scio Township again tonight. Back in January, when we presented the fire committee's report, we stressed the urgency of getting moving on this. The committee and the firefighters were all set, ready to go out and start a campaign because it's going to be a very difficult hill to climb, and it's going to take a lot of work. And if you wait until August to put the language together, because that's when it needed for the November election, there won't be enough time to meet with all the residents. So once again, the clock is ticking and you guys need to move on this. Now, I get the impression that some members of the board perhaps didn't understand the committee's report. Now, yes, we did use the term millage because it is mills when it comes down to the percentage. It's a little easier to say millage than assessment rate or amount to be assessed, but it was never intended to be necessarily a millage or an SAD. What what we were trying to get across is this is how much money we need to take it to step 3, which is what the fire chief thinks we can achieve within 10 years. Now, originally, it was my impression that we were going to have originally it was going to be a 10-year assessment for the operating side of the budget. And I think it was going to be a 10 or 12-year assessment to pay off the construction cost, the capital improvement bond that we were going to have to take out. Now, you know, that was changed to try to get it in line with the presidential election, and that sounds really good. But Mark Perry put hours and hours and hours into putting together a proposal for the assessment rates that looks ahead. It takes into account inflation rates, takes into account growth of the township, takes into account growth of salaries and benefits and growth of the department. And I don't know that he covered everything, but if you look at that spreadsheet, there's a lot of information on there that pretty much takes care of, I think, almost all contingencies. And the numbers he came up with are the numbers he came up with. And the reason why we broke the 2 capital improvement and operating assessment rates apart is because the capital improvement assessment rate is a fixed tenure. It's going to be 8 years, 10 years, 12, whatever it is, it's going to pay off the bond. So the total assessment for the fire department will go down when the bond is paid off. Whereas if you have a single assessment rate, it doesn't necessarily go down because you'd have to, you'd have to actually change it each year. So this way we guarantee the residents that when the bond is paid off, the fire assessment rate will go down. So that is why we separated those 2.
Thank you, David.
What?
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment?
Oh, thanks, Will.
I was just moving along.
Thank you, David. I don't see any other hands.
Is there
I wanted to make
motion to adjourn
to public comment.
She wants to respond.
I just wanted to acknowledge, David, thank you for saying all that. I wanted to say, as the person from the committee sitting at the board table, I don't think I, on the spot right here, did a good enough job of explaining all of the detail and work that went into it. And I agree with you, David, that not everybody on the board here has an understanding. I will say the fire chief, I know, will reach out to Mark Perry and any other committee members for the background needed in drafting the proposal properly.
Motion to adjourn. Yes. Motion by Brazeau, second by Carrie. Sure. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned at 11:28.
Hey, wow, that was scheduled. I like it.
Thank you.